Excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what time we are reaching you, or by which means you are hooking up with us across the globe. Particularly, we appreciate our friends joining us on Rave TV, as well as those on Facebook and YouTube. This is the Global MentorBridge Summit, otherwise known as GMB, the fourth edition, which culminates with a gala on Saturday, 2nd of August. My name is Regina Chris Obodo, and I am your host. A bit about GMB. Global MentorBridge, or GMB, is a pan-African platform dedicated to empowering professionals, entrepreneurs, and emerging leaders through mentoring, strategic networking, and industry-focused conversations. Through masterclasses, panels, and the annual gala and awards, GMB connects change makers across sectors like finance, technology, governance, real estate, and education. Past editions have featured some of Africa's most inspiring leaders and innovators, and this year's summit continues the mission of raising a new generation of ethical, visionary, and impactful leaders. So, we are about hitting the ground running, but please note that we will be expecting you to join us as we go on with the conversations. We can also, or you rather, can also drop messages with these hashtags. GMB Summit 2025. Hashtag ahead of VCAV Live. Now let's make welcome the convener, GMB, Jane Omer, as she gives the welcome address. Meanwhile, let's take a break. When we come back, the next face you will be seeing is that of the convener, Jane Omer.
Welcome to Velox Real Estate and Investment Limited, your trusted real estate partner in strategic investments and planning.
In the last 3 years, Velox Real Estate and Investment have sold and allocated over 5,000 plots of land across service estates and layouts. We are proud to have retained over 6,000 satisfied clients who have discovered their dream properties through us.
Within the same period, we are currently developing amazing hospitality projects such as Lux Residence in Port Harcourt, Creek Holiday Bungalows in our Creek Heaven Estate in Port Harcourt, which stands us out in the city of Port Harcourt as the first real estate company to begin the development of an estate that is just not another estate, but a holiday destination. With the rise of our 10 floors apart hotel, The Signature, Velox stands tall in the Port Harcourt real estate market as the first real estate company to bring to life the live, work, and play experience into the Port Harcourt real estate industry.
Our expansion to Abuja is marked by the establishment of our corporate headquarters here in Abuja at 5C Close, Cadol Estates. We are also excited to introduce Nigeria's first honeymoon destination right here in Abuja.
With the launch of our Farm City project, Velox extends its expertise beyond housing and home ownership to sustainable food production, ensuring a holistic approach to real estate development.
Our achievement for the past 3 years is a testament to the bright future that lies ahead of us. Velox Real Estate is a short platform for strategic and financial investments. Join us on the journey of economic freedom through real estate cash flow, and together we shall build our dreams collectively.
Connect with us via our social media platforms at Velox Real Estate Limited. For strategic partnerships and business inquiries, please email us at sales@veloxng.com. You can also visit our operations headquarters at first floor, Lucy and Jacob Mall, Chief GU Ake Road, Eliozu, Port Harcourt. Welcome to Velox Real Estate and Investment Limited, your trusted real estate partner in strategic investments and planning.
In the last 3 years, Velox Real Estate and Investment have sold and allocated over 5,000 plots of land across service estates and layouts. We are proud to have retained over 6,000 satisfied clients who have discovered their dream properties through us.
Within the same period, we are currently developing amazing hospitality projects such as Lux Residence in Port Harcourt, Creek Holiday Bungalows in our Creek Heaven Estate in Port Harcourt, which stands us out in the city of Port Harcourt as the first real estate company to begin the development of an estate that is just not another estate, but a holiday destination. With the rise of our 10 floors apart hotel, The Signature, Velox stands tall in the Port Harcourt real estate market as the first real estate company to bring to life the live, work and play experience into the Port Harcourt real estate industry.
Our expansion to Abuja is marked by the establishment of our corporate headquarters here in Abuja at 5C Close, Cadol Estates. We are also excited to introduce Nigeria's first honeymoon destination right here in Abuja.
With the launch of our Farm City project, Velox extends its expertise beyond housing and home ownership to sustainable food production, ensuring a holistic approach to real estate development.
Our achievement for the past 3 years is a testament to the bright future that lies ahead of us. Velox Real Estate is a short platform for strategic and financial investments. Join us on the journey of economic freedom through real estate cash flow, and together, we shall build our dreams collectively.
Connect with us via our social media platforms at Velox Real Estate Limited. For strategic partnerships and business inquiries, please email us at sales@veloxng.com. You can also visit our operations headquarters at First Floor, Lucy and Jacob Mall, Chief GU Aken Road, Iliozu, Port Harcourt. Welcome to Velox Real Estate and Investment Limited, your trusted real estate partner in strategic investments and planning.
In the last 3 years, Velox Real Estate and Investment have sold and allocated over 5,000 plots of land across service estates and layouts. We are proud to have retained over 6,000 satisfied clients who have discovered their dream properties through us.
Within the same period, we are currently developing amazing hospitality projects such as Lux Residence in Port Harcourt, Creek Holiday Bungalows in our Creek Heaven Estate in Port Harcourt, which stands us out in the city of Port Harcourt as the first real estate company to begin the development of an estate that is just not another estate, but a holiday destination. With the rise of our 10 floors apart hotel, The Signature, Velox stands tall in the Port Harcourt real estate market as the first real estate company to bring to life the live, work and play experience into the Port Harcourt real estate industry.
Our expansion to Abuja is marked by the establishment of our corporate headquarters here in Abuja at 5C Close, Cadol Estates. We are also excited to introduce Nigeria's first honeymoon destination right here in Abuja.
With the launch of our Farm City project, Velox extends its expertise beyond housing and home ownership to sustainable food production, ensuring a holistic approach to real estate development.
Our achievement for the past 3 years is a testament to the bright future that lies ahead of us. Velox Real Estate is a short platform for strategic and financial investments. Join us on the journey of economic freedom through real estate cash flow, and together, we shall build our dreams collectively.
Connect with us via our social media platforms at Velox Real Estate Limited. For strategic partnerships and business inquiries, please email us at sales@veloxng.com. You can also visit our operations headquarters at First Floor, Lucy and Jacob Mall, Chief GU Aken Road, Iliozu, Port Harcourt.
It is for me a real joy to welcome you to the Global MentorBridge Summit 2025. This is our 4th edition. And whether you're tuning in from Lagos, from Kano, from Nairobi, London, Madrid, Kigali, Toronto, Cairo, or anywhere else in the world, you are absolutely in the right place. This virtual summit has brought us together to do something powerful, to reflect, to connect, and to remind ourselves that the topic of mentorship is not just about a moment. It's gone beyond that to become a movement. And over the next few hours, you will be hearing from mentors and mentees, from policy leaders and entrepreneurs, from corporate organizational leaders, from creative, from professional, and each one of them will be sharing real stories, real insight, and they will be talking about real growth. This is now the 4th year of the GMB journey. And if there is one thing that we've learned, it's this. Mentorship works best when we all move with clear intention, with generosity of spirit, with humility, and a never-ending readiness to learn, adapt, and grow. It's not about being perfect. It's about being fully present. It's not about having all of the answers. It's about being able to ask better questions and making yourself available to work alongside others as they all and we all figure things out. This space is deliberately cross-generational, is cross-sectoral, cross-cultural, and you will be hearing ideas and stories that will challenge you. You will see and hear voices that will affirm what you already know and have quietly carried for years. You will also be reminded that whatever stage you are in your growth journey, it matters. You matter, and you do have something to offer. So I invite you to lean in this morning, not just to these seasons, these sessions, but also to those moments in between the conversations, the brief exchanges, the deep reflections that will be stirred in you, and those surprising, light bulb moments when might just pop up and shape your next step. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for making the choice to continue to grow. Thank you for being a part of the global bridge that we are building. One voice, one story, one mentoring relationship at a time. Welcome to Global MentorBridge 2025. Let's begin.
How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
Welcome back. Now, for our first masterclass of the day, we are going to be, this is the General Assembly, and we are going to be talking about building resilient businesses, retaining talent, and driving competitive growth. Now, during this session, we are going to be moving in conversations across talent acquisition and management, building enterprises, sustainable enterprises and managing teams, but also managing communities that provide support to business founders, organizational leaders. And joining me for this session this morning, I have to my extreme right, very well known, everyone knows him, Mr. Olagoke Balogun. I do personally consider him a dynamic entrepreneur, one of Nigeria's finest, a strategic leader with over 20 years of diverse experience from entrepreneurship, business development, operations management, strategy and consulting. As co-founder of the very popular So Fresh, Nigeria's pioneer and leading indigenous healthy food chain, Olagoke has transformed the pioneering concept into a thriving national brand with more than 12 locations across 5 different states in Nigeria and over 150 employees generating billions in yearly revenue, leaving a significant footprint in Africa's healthy food market. Under his leadership, So Fresh has attracted over $2 million in investments from international investors. Also the founder and managing partner at Scaling Partners Consulting, a firm dedicated to helping enterprises achieve scalable growth and sustainable business transformation. He successfully guided over 25 organizations across multiple sectors and industries, training over 5,000 entrepreneurs and business leaders. His expertise is backed by robust academic and professional credentials, including certifications from the Stanford Graduate School of Business, the Pan Atlantic University, and the Oxford University Enterprise Leadership Program. His strategic insight, commitment to innovation, and passion for sustainable development has earned him numerous awards, including the Enterprise Development Center Outstanding Man Entrepreneur Award and the Lagos Business School Africa Retail Academy Award for Sustainable Practice. A respected thought leader, educator, board advisor, Olagoke frequently facilitates sessions at institutions like Lagos Business School and serves as a mentor to many. He is also a judge for different entrepreneurship competitions across Africa. His work in championing better for you food systems and promoting sustainable agriculture highlights his deep commitment to societal well-being and long-term value creation. He is a member of the Stanford Seed Transformation Network and a Future of Food Fellow at the DO School in Hamburg, Germany. Olagoke balances his professional pursuits with a strong commitment to family and community impact, embodying the values of integrity, excellence, and visionary leadership. It is my honor to have you on the panel with us today. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's nice being here.
Thank you. And then we'll move on to the next speaker joining us for the panel today, the delectable Miss Amanda Etuk. Amanda is an accomplished, results-driven business management professional with deep expertise in supply chain management, logistics, and distribution. Prior to joining Cascador, Amanda co-founded Messenger, a logistics platform that provides financing and aggregation for end-to-end logistics and supply chain operations. Messenger efficiently connects businesses to their customers through innovative logistics solutions. At Messenger, Amanda successfully negotiated new businesses and partnerships with leading companies such as Jumai Food and Omnibiz. She launched MFlex, a groundbreaking product providing short-term financing to logistics and mobility operator, addressing a critical need in the current economic climate. She led the development of a mobile application connecting individuals and businesses to nearby logistics access. She secured funding and support from reputable organizations such as the Baobab Network, Nama Ventures Africa Business Heroes, and Standard Chartered Bank, and others. Amanda brings her entrepreneurial insights and first-hand experience to her role as program director as Cascador, where she leverages her expertise to support and mentor aspiring entrepreneurs. Now, prior to her entrepreneurial ventures, Amanda had senior roles at 54 Gene, ZP Logistics, now Loft Africa, and Hygeia HMO. She holds a Bachelor of Pharmacy degree from the University of Lagos and a master's degree in Global Supply Chain and Logistics Management from the University of Sussex. It is an absolute delight to have you with us today, Ms. Amanda. Thank you.
Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, and my next guest is Mr. Victor Adebayo, founder, CEO, Diversity Talent Management Limited. A seasoned human resources and business leader, his experience spans across several industries, including oil and gas, FMCG, finance, maritime logistics, consulting, automobile and manufacturing conglomerates. And he has held titles such as Chief Operations Officer, Human Resources Director, and several others. His span of control and influence cuts across the entire African continent and also into the Middle East. He has led departments from strategy and business intelligence, human resources, administration, security, safety, health and environment, sales operations, manufacturing operations, and distribution operations. And if there's someone who's done it all, we have Mr. Victor with us. An alumnus of organizations such as the Africa Global Logistics, the CIG Group Africa, Airtel Network Limited, the Summit Chanrai Group, FBN Quest Merchant Bank, General Electric Oil and Gas, Procter & Gamble, Zenith Bank, DTL Systems and Education Consulting. He's led transformation projects in organizations such as Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, Health Plus Limited, and many more. Victor chairs boards for quite a number of institutions, from Diversity Talent Management Limited to Princeton Way School, Mega Life Health Limited, IRA Estates and Property Development Company. A director on the board of Seamless HR, a HR technology firm and flight network and education consulting firm. He's attended executive programs at Harvard Law School, participated in leadership and negotiation programs, and attended the London School of Economics and Political Science, graduating with a distinction at the Strategic Decision-Making Program, where he's also obtained bachelor's and master's degrees from Obafemi Awolowo University. With 2 global HR practice certifications, the GPHR and the CHRM SCP. He's also one of Nigerians' HR certification MCIPM holder from the prestigious Chartered Institute of Personnel Management, CIPM, a certified management consultant, and a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants. Victor is a conference speaker, an international compere, and an astute teacher, facilitator, mentor. His area of facilitation and expertise goes across strategy, human resources, customer service, sales, business development, and leadership. Married to Dr. Omotoke Adebayo, a consultant radiologist, and together they have 3 lovely children. Also a pastor to a group of youth churches in his local assembly. What an honor to have you with us.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Victor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
it's a
so
privilege
very
to
much.
be here.
Okay, and I have one more person joining us online. And it is my absolute honor to introduce Mr. Jidani, a distinguished leader with extensive experience in business and trade, facilitation, and a seasoned lawyer, expert in compliance, ethics, legislative drafting, and anti-corruption. Mr. Jidani brings a wealth of expertise to drive economic growth and foster ethical business practices. With a proven track record of advancing trade policies, promoting cross-border commerce, and supporting enterprise development, he has played pivotal roles in shaping a vibrant business ecosystem in not just Nigeria, but Africa as a whole. He champions innovation, regulatory reforms, and strategic partnership to enhance global trade competitiveness, while leveraging his legal and anti-corruption acumen to ensure transparency and integrity in commercial operations. Aside from trade and commerce, Mr. Jidani has expertise that spans human rights law and transitional justice, public sector reforms, ethics, regulatory compliance, and anti-corruption services, capacity development and training, citizens engagement and stakeholder relationship management, company secretarial and legal advisory services, and legislating driving advisory. On national assignment, Mr. Jidani was appointed a director and member of the National Space Council from 2009 to 2013 by the late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. He served as co-chairman of the Access to Information Working Group of the Nigerian Open Government Partnership, National Implementation Team between 2017 and 2019. And in this role, he led the team that developed the mandatory publication requirement tool and also led the training and capacity enhancement for staff implementations in the MDAs. Mr. Jidani currently serves on the Governing Council of the National Human Rights Commission after the Senate confirmation of his appointment by President Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Jidani. And I believe that the conversations that we're going to have today is going to deepen what most of us already know, but also drive us to a point of further learning, stemming from further reflection, and to ensure that as we continue to grow in our business endeavors, that we do not just grow, but that we grow well, with the right mentorship, access to right information, and to ensure that we all do things better. Now we're going to start, and I am going to quickly call on my guest, looking through a series of questions, but rather than questions, we'll consider them this morning as conversation starters. And hopefully the conversations that we're all going to have today, like I said before, would be something that would drive all of us to positive actions. I'm going to start the conversation with Mr. Goke. Yes? Okay, so So Fresh, 150 employees, 5 states in Nigeria. How long has this taken you? If you were asked, like, how long has this been?
15 years.
15 years.
Yes.
Now, if you look at these 15 years,
15, 1-5.
yes, 15 years, what would you consider is your 2 biggest lessons as a business leader, as a business founder, leader, a trailblazer? Just 2 biggest lessons.
That in itself is a very big question, because to distill 15 years
Into 2 years.
two key lessons. I would say one is flexibility. So in business, we'll talk a lot about the need for planning, for structure, for thinking long term. But the reality of the last decade is that the challenges and the occurrences in the business landscape is such that you have to be very flexible with your plan. You have to be very flexible with your structure. Let me give you an example. In the last 5 years, almost every year since 2020, you've had a major shift that has changed the business climate from COVID-19 that changed the whole how we did business, to the war in Ukraine in 2021, and then after that you had inflation in Nigeria galloping. Then we had the cash crunch of was it 2020 or 2023? So it's been from one thing to the other, and for me, I'll say flexibility. And when I say flexibility, I mean, one, staying close to the market, listening to what your market is saying. That also drives me back to 2010 when we started. When So Fresh started, So Fresh didn't start out as a healthy food restaurant.
Okay.
It started as a modernized farmers market. We were just retailing fresh fruits, vegetables. But quickly, by listening to the customer, we found out that customer wanted us to serve meals. So they wanted to come into the store, get juices, smoothies, get fruit packs, get salads. We did not start doing that. But because we were flexible enough, we quickly pivoted the business and started offering meals, trying out stuff. And today, that has become the central cornerstone of the business. So I'll say being flexible, have a plan, have a structure, but be flexible enough by listening to what the market is saying, what your customer is saying, what the economy is saying, what the environment is saying, and continuously align it to your mission and your vision. The second biggest lesson for me will be the importance of having very strong operational foundation. And what I mean by that is, so within your business, you must have, those strong operational foundations that your business, rests on. It's like a building. Your building rests on your foundation, so that when you have, as you would always have, economic challenges, business challenges, competitive challenges, technological challenges that will come, you have a very solid foundation to rest on. And what are those, what does an operational foundation? First of all is having a clear idea of how your business runs, from your SOPs to your systems. You want to be sure that those things are documented, because then that allows you to have a strong foundation when things go wrong. You know how to adjust, you know how to fill in spaces. So I say those 2 things are one of the biggest lessons I've learned in business: flexibility, and then having a strong operational foundation.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you because I'm very interested in the people part of your operations, but I'll come back to you in a minute. I'd like to talk to Ms. Amanda. You, apart from Messenger, which is doing extremely well, but you are also program director for Cascador. And I mean, Cascador is one of the communities that currently, and for a while now, has been supporting thriving businesses, helping them to do better, training, providing access to not just funding, but actually real business knowledge. Now, with the numerous entrepreneurs that you've worked with quite a lot.
Yes.
Can you share with us some patterns, some traits that, and maybe we can still narrow it down to 2, if that is possible, that you have observed across businesses, because you work from multi-sector,
Yes.
right? So could you share that helps some of these patterns that might help businesses to thrive in this challenging socio-economic situation?
Yes, I can. And Goki actually helped me get started. When he talked about flexibility, I was going to word it as, say, adaptability in my own words, because it's key now more than ever, more than at any time in this in business, is to be adaptable. He mentioned so many occurrences that have happened in the last 5 years, and that's the trend going forward. So I think that any entrepreneur that's going to do well in this age has to be adaptable. The vision can be clear, but the way to get there, the process or the journey might be different. You might start out wanting to be a mega food chain, but now you're a mega healthy, ready to eat food chain.
Yeah.
So the vision is there, but more about the approach that has to be flexible. The vision is there, what you want to achieve, the people you want to serve, but how you go about serving them. You have to be flexible in your approach to doing business. It's not, now this is the time that business plans have become almost obsolete in today's world. You could be here today and you don't know what we're going to hear on the news in the next couple of hours that would completely shift the trajectory of your business, and just being able to pivot.
Yeah.
And pivot quickly. So I'm going to maybe cheat a bit and use this point as still one point. So on the same front, you have adaptability, you also have resilience.
Yeah.
Again, they sound like almost 2 very different approaches, because one is that you have to keep knocking on the door until it opens, and the other one is knowing what key to use for that door. I'm putting them as one point because as an entrepreneur, you kind of have to know when to stop and when to change an approach. For certain problems, or like let me even try to, for certain mountains, you have to break the mountain down, and then other times you just have to go around it. So it's that key wisdom of knowing what to do per time. It's not something that there's no textbook approach for an entrepreneur. It means a high level of self-awareness, a high level of wanting to continue learning. Again, why I mentioned self-awareness, because what might work for you as an entrepreneur or that particular business might not work in another situation. So knowing when to persist and knowing when to change direction. So again, be adaptable or be flexible. Also be resilient, meaning that you've seen a path that you're sure that will work. It will require having a long-term strategy, a long-term vision to stay at something. I like that Goke is here, because a lot of people start food businesses because they say people must eat, but it's also a business that people shut down quite often. So for him, it's knowing whether to shut down his grocery and fresh vegetables, or to adapt, as he did, into a healthy food chain. So that's something that I think is key for any entrepreneur that's going to do well. And my second point will be knowing your numbers, having a great understanding of your financials. We are in an age now where people have almost have this idea of expand at all costs, not really checking back to see what the numbers are saying. So even for adaptability and resilience, your numbers will give you the direction of where to go. If you're persisting in something and there's a downward trend in the sense that you're not even having as many customers or your revenues are going down, you should be able to have a keen knowledge of your financials. A lot of people I've met in the course of working at Cascado, and even reflecting to my own time as an entrepreneur, and what I'm able to say that was make or break is just being very intimate with your numbers. People say, oh, I'm not a good finance person, I'm not a good accountant, I've hired somebody for that. But any successful entrepreneur should have their numbers almost at their fingertips, because it's your numbers that tell you which way to go. So for example, I'm using this live example, is you might have been able to track how many customers were asking for additional services in terms of how many people ask for us to cut their tomato today or their pineapples. So just knowing the requests that were coming in, what were we selling more of? Again, that's your financials, and then that would make him have the decision whether to pivot, whether to move or focus on a particular line. So as an entrepreneur that wants to succeed today, you have no excuse. Whether you like maths, whether you don't, your numbers are your best friend. That is the most important skill, more than anything else, that you need to have as an entrepreneur. It will guide you, it will help you make the best decisions for your business.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I mean, I used to be one of those people who say, I don't like maths, I don't like numbers. Yeah. I've long learned my lesson, and I'm thankful that I have. So thank you for highlighting that. And so, Mr. Victor, because we've talked operations, we've talked numbers, you know, amongst what our co-panelists have shared. Can you talk to us a little bit about culture, organizational culture? Because it's easy to, well, not easy. We build up to a stage and then challenges change. So from your experience, what would you say are some of the roles that organizational culture and employer branding, right, can play in attracting and keeping not just talent, but also clients, investors, the right set of stakeholders?
Thank you very much. Culture, employer branding are things that keep your business alive. And they are your superpower when it comes to being able to scale the business and continue to thrive in the business. Culture is a way of life of a people. And oftentimes I was speaking at an HR conference and people were talking culture, and from the HR point of view, people think culture is a checklist of various things that you do, coming up with various programs within the organization, let the employees have fun. Culture goes beyond all of that. Culture is how the people feel at every point in time. When they come to the office and they are relating with their colleagues, do they feel that sense of belonging? Do they feel supported? Do they feel guided? Do they have an understanding of the vision of the organization? Do they feel this is an organization that would go over and beyond to be able to have my back? And the leaders who are also championing the cause of culture within the organization, what are some of the acceptable behaviors that they permit within the workplace? And then them also being able to differentiate between what employees want and what they truly need. Because you find a fresh guy from the university who comes into the organization and tells you, I want to make a difference. The question is, what difference do you want to make? You need to settle down and understand business. From that business point of view, you need to understand what skills and what requirements you have. And then how do those things help within the business? Businesses are looking for intrapreneurs too, and that all of these you can put into your culture. And your culture, being able to communicate it to people within the business and outside the business, is your employer branding. So over and beyond how much we pay, people ask themselves certain questions. People who work within this business, what is their capacity for growth? What is the knowledge that they've been able to acquire over time? Their alumni, how are they faring off? You know, what are they doing in the society, in the world of business, or wherever else they find themselves? Do people leave that organization and then they are miserable thereafter? Or they leave the organization and then they are still able to contribute meaningfully to the society? All of this impacts your employer branding. Then, of course, we know the importance of not blinking in the dark. Because you may be doing so many fantastic things, but if people don't know about it, unfortunately, they don't know about it. So it will impact on your employer branding as a whole. So culture matters for everything. The culture that respects, you know, contribution, the culture that respects the value add that everybody brings, the culture that is not so much about hierarchy, but about who is right, the objectivity of the decisions that we are taking, and how well we are able to translate ideas into actual execution. All of that will determine if the people really want to stay with you or otherwise. And then, of course, your ability to be able to communicate and sell this to both internal and external stakeholders will determine your attractiveness for whether investors or for potential employees and existing employees towards staying within the business.
That is amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And what we've just shared, what we've just heard from our panelists is only just the tip of the iceberg. Now, before we move on, I'd like to also then get the very wonderful insight that I'm sure Mr. Jidani is waiting to share with us. Mr. Jidani, as the current DG of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I'd like you to talk to us about building strategic network. I mean, it doesn't get any more strategic than the Chamber of Commerce. So if you could share with us some of the practical steps that you think that our business founders, our startup founders, our business leaders can take to plug into, identify and plug into existing business networks and groups, whether they're looking to access funding, whether they're looking to access markets or partnership. Could you maybe share some practical steps and insight regarding strategic network for business leaders and founders?
Thank you very much. And I've listened to colleagues in the studio, and it could not be better said. So the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry is a business support institution. And for strategic networking, it is very key for startups and other businesses to link up and be able to expand, grow, and also be able to scale up or even scale down, depending on priorities. So for startups and steps to be taken, number one is to join a business group. Identify, find, and join a business group like the Chamber of Commerce, and also participate in the activities of the group, participate in fairs, be able to show up, take part in activities, whether they are online, whether they are physical, as much as you can, and engage. You can never go wrong if you engage. So we've had these opportunities to work with businesses in the FCT and environs. And one of the key things we found out is that businesses who show up, who attend mentoring events, who attend trainings, who attend global trade facilitation activities, are able to survive in times of difficulties because of the linkages that these activities provide for businesses to thrive.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Jidani. I think that has been very, very insightful. Attend business events, find mentors, find communities. And he's given us some example. You can start from the Chamber of Commerce close to you. And he mentioned find mentors. And on that note, I would like us to then get into the topic of people, our people. The people we work with, the people that work for us, the people that we work for, and how we actually get the absolute best out of them at any particular time. I'm going to start with Mr. Jidani because, you know, I think the conversation should flow as we go. Now, you mentioned mentors, sir, and just looking at the community that you are a part of and all of the accomplishments, you know, where you've come from, what you've been able to do over the course of your career. Could you share from that vantage point that exposure, experience, and expertise accumulated over the years has given you? Could you share with our audience how critical do you think mentorship is in helping business owners and professionals to avoid, first of all, identify and then avoid common pitfalls? And how do you, from the Chamber of Commerce, support structured mentorship initiatives? Mr. Jidani.
Thank you very much. Mentorship is actually the root from which the tree of enterprise grows. There are a couple of things that one may not be able to do at the beginning of its businesses, but with guidance, with encouragement, with leadership, the businesses will be able to grow. So for us at the Chamber of Commerce, we try to get together businesses, small and big, and have them interact within our networking events. We deliberately scale these events to enable SMEs and growing businesses to mix with people who have already done what they're aspiring to do, and from whom they will be able to learn and avoid some pitfalls, especially when it comes to financial management for small businesses. So we have that sector being particularly looked at by a trade group. So we establish trade groups, we establish committees, and we establish mixers that happen or take place, some on monthly basis, some on bi-monthly, and some online, which is not physical. So we facilitate these access to enable them interact with people who have already done these businesses and who are big, who have made their own mistakes, and from whom they will learn. And then we try to match the people based on sectoral interests, so that they are matched with bigger enterprises, and then enable them to ask questions, seek for guidance, and be provided with leadership. And again, we try to teach in our programs resilience. And during those programs, we issue examples and we give ideas of who the younger ones can look up to and begin to work with them to grow. That's how we do it in the Chamber of Commerce.
Dr. Jidani, and it is Dr. My apologies. Honor to whom honor is due. Dr. Jidani, thank you very much for your contribution, for your voice. And for us at Global MentorBridge, it's actually very affirming to hear that from within the Chamber of Commerce, that mentorship is taken very seriously, and that it is structured and its benefits are clear to both the ones contributing to it as well as the ones that are also benefiting from it. Thank you very much. And now I am now going to take the question back to, I will start with you.
No problem.
Mr. Victor. So we talk about mentorship, we talk about people. And in HR, I think this is even more critical, it's even more important. Let me just say, and just maybe focusing specifically on your experience, how does structured mentoring, how does it really impact? Like experience now, it's not theory, practice of this. How have you seen it, mentorship, impact employee engagement and retention? And what are some of the key elements that you've identified in a effective internal mentoring program?
You know, when a first-time mother is having a baby, she buys a baby cot. But experienced family people know that no child sleeps in the baby cot. We say experience is the best teacher, but you know, every student of experience has failed the lesson before they learned it. So we say other people's experience is actually the best teacher. And this is what mentoring actually offers. I just got off a mentoring program yesterday with a conglomerate in Nigeria. And one of the key things we were speaking about is mentorship is the key to a sustainable future, succession planning. And I shared a very interesting story with them, my personal experience. I had a mentor, Mr. Taiwo Gumoide. We were youngsters in secondary school. He was just interested in us, a group of 5 boys, and he wanted us to do well. So he would invite us to his house every Sunday and tell us, oh, there's plenty of food. And you know what, teenage boys, when they hear food, we want to go there. And when we get there, he would tell us, oh, but before we eat, let's solve some mathematics problem. Let's study, let's do some biology, let's do some economics. And those are my best subjects till today, courtesy of him. And he opened our eyes to so many things. When he was getting married, he bought a car for his wife. He moved into his house. He was living in a rented apartment. And those experiences stuck with me. At the point when I was getting married too, I was moving into my house. I bought my wife a car, not on our wedding day, but a week after. Because of the influence of the mentor I have had. He used to work in First Bank, and I was running a performance management program at First Bank. And lo and behold, who was in my class? He was part of the participants in the class. At the end of the session, I had a standing ovation. And when the whole clapping died down, I said, for everything you guys admire me for, think about those who have invested into my life. Those who have helped me cross, various roads, across all along. They didn't know where I was going with that statement. And I said, you wouldn't believe it that one of those key stakeholders is actually seated right here. And everybody was like, who is that? When I mentioned his name, they all got up and gave him a standing ovation. He busted into tears right there and then. That evening when he got home, he called me, he was crying and he was, praying for me. But that's the power of a mentor. They show you the way. They help you avoid mistakes. So in organizations, we always create structured mentoring program. And what does it mean? It's first identifying people who share the same values as the organization. Look for people who've got skills, competencies, and abilities. And those skills are leadership, technical, and behavioral skills. Then the other side about the company values, they share the company's vision. And then there are people of impeccable character. We identify them via a series of, examination, interviews, etc. And then we also look into the other pool of the employees, which are the younger employees, middle-level management, and then junior employees. Identify those of them with potentials. Because in all you do, you must always remember the Pareto principle, 80-for-20. 80% of organization success is driven by 20% of the population. You need to find those 20%. And those 20%, if there are junior people amongst them, you need to identify them. They are the first set of people you put on your mentorship program because they are the key to the sustainability of your business. And then having identified them, you run them through training and onboarding programs to help them understand what mentoring is and what mentoring is not. What to expect, what their roles and responsibilities will be as mentors and mentees. Mentees is now a borrowed word in English. It used to be proteges, but now we all use mentees. At the end of which, there is a match. We match the mentor with the mentees, depending on the number within the organization. But we also focus on their capacity to be able to handle or manage multiple people. And key things we always emphasize is, if you need help, the foundation of mentoring is trust. If you need external help, get your mentee's alignment before you approach the third party. Because trust will be broken if he finds out that his information has gone somewhere else without his consent. And once that is done, they must calendarize their relationship. And whatever conversations they will be having at every point in time, they must agree that next time we are meeting, we're going to discuss this. But before then, these are the things I want you to do. Mentoring is not spoon-feeding them. Google is their friend. But they can also glean off the experience of their leader or their mentor within the organization. And there are so many things that are unwritten codes within the place of work. Pardon me for sharing this example, my former teammates told me, they found out that if they come to sign any document with me between 12:30 and 2 p.m., I question them so much that you would think it's a PhD thesis that they have come to defend. But they find out that shortly after I've finished eating, I am more liberal. Rather than questioning, it's more of me, telling them how they could get it better. It's a lot more friendly. And I'm like, whoo. I never knew that about myself. It's like a Johari window. What is known to others but not known to me. And that also shows that in the mentoring relationship, there's reverse mentoring, where people are also able to share information and insights to you. So structuring your mentoring program is very, very crucial within every organization. Leverage the Pareto principle. Ensure that you are focusing on the right set of people who bear, of course, all the values that the organization is looking for, possess competencies that is relevant for the future, and then have stakeholders who are monitoring the program for the period of time in which you have set up the mentorship relationship, and then, you know, you continue to assess it going forward.
Wonderful.
That's just
wonderful. Again, you know, we start these conversations and then you're saying something and it's like, oh, then, and then there's more things coming up. And I'm sure, you know, our co-panelists, as they were listening to you, I'm sure a lot of things were also coming to their minds. And thank you for sharing, Mr. Victor.
Thank you.
And I will now take it to you, Amanda. Because within the communities that we have, where we have the startups come together to learn, to grow, to get different kind of supports, and I know that Cascador already has a very strong mentoring component. That's very clear. We all know about it. Anyone that knows Cascador knows it's important to them. Could you share with our audience how you've seen mentorship directly impact and influence how successful or how resilient or how adaptable or flexible, you know, these our leaders and their businesses become?
So thank you for that question. Mentoring is actually something that we pride ourselves in at Cascador, because you meet a lot of entrepreneurs or business people, career people, and they feel like they need something else other than mentorship. If you meet a business person, say, what do you need? They'll say, I need money. If you meet a career person, it's still, I need more money. So all the needs is always, I want more money, I want more money. And sometimes, a lot of times actually, what people really need is guidance. Even the money that you're going to get, the best way to spend it might not be apparent to you at the time. Even the ways that you're going after more money, the best methods might not be known to you. So for a lot of people, they don't see mentorship as a key need. They always feel like the business or the money is going to fix the problems that they immediately have. And I've noticed that even with my own journey as an entrepreneur, at first you think that, let me just have this money to solve this. Let me just get this higher paying job to solve this. So people, if you ask anyone, money is the first thing that they think they need. But for us at Cascador, we removed money at the beginning from the table. And we wanted people who were open to learn and open to accept what we had to offer, which was the learning, the training, and the mentorship. So that was the first thing that we offered, and that's still the first thing that we offer to anyone before money. It's in that mentor-mentee relationship that you start to know if that's a good person worthy of your investment. So even for a lot of programs that are out of the office, it's in that relationship building phase that you get to know really the viability of the person. Rather than just giving the money, you get to learn a lot. And for us, that process has helped us even refine the entrepreneurs. One of the greatest joys that I've had, even in my short time, is seeing an entrepreneur who came into the program very unsure. She had a great business, but it was almost like what he said. We were the ones telling her she had a great business. And I think that's maybe an issue that sometimes women have a lot of. She didn't see herself the way that we saw her. Almost everyone was saying, oh, you're so great, you're so great. But this entrepreneur had not seen that. And I think that one of the things that I'm proudest of is that within a short period of time, when this entrepreneur was presenting her business, it wasn't the same entrepreneur a few weeks ago, a few months ago that we were speaking to. And it was just experiencing that real life. People always say, oh, the benefits of mentorship. But I now understand how your mentor felt when you gave that presentation. And that was the same way that we felt when we saw the tremendous growth that the person had in that period of close mentorship. And this is something that we're looking to replicate and scale with all the businesses that we bring into the program. You might not think you need mentorship. A lot of people that are still listening don't think they need mentorship. But there's a way that your life is being improved even by the people that you get to interact with. And I've seen that happen in my life. I've seen that even from what you've shared. And the thing is that a mentor paints a picture that you've not imagined before. Sometimes our dreams are smaller than they should be. And a mentor shows you what can be possible. And another thing that I have to add in this conversation, that a lot of people think that mentorship has to go through a formal route. But there are some people I've never met, and just by watching their lives, I've seen what is possible for me. And I'm saying that because some people might not have the privilege of a close relationship like you did with your mentor, or like getting into a program that's highly competitive as ours. It's important for me to mention that there are people that you admire, and because of the way that learning is accessible, you can learn from them. You can see where they've gone. For us, even at my last venture, one of the ways that we pivoted was something that we had seen that was working with a very similar company, not really in the same line, but we saw how it was working for them, and just being able to observe certain things gave us guidance on how we should, be strategized, and how we should be positioning the company. So I'll say that you avoid a lot of unnecessary pain if you can find the right people to watch, the right people to learn from. So one of the things about mentorship that is the most important is, please be open. Please be open to learning. Please be open to improving. Be open to the feedback that you get from people that you meet. If you are closed off, you might have awesome people around you, but you can't benefit from the value of their presence. So you need to be open at every point in time. Know that your knowledge is finite. Everyone around us can teach us something, and it's important to go out with that mindset that I could learn something from anyone, and I should be open to learning and changing my mind about what I thought was best. That's what I would say about mentorship.
That's amazing. And coming from the perspective of someone who works with a community of other leaders, so it's really, for me, I admire the way you connected personal experience, but also seeing the impact on others. So both as a mentee, but also as a mentor and someone who facilitates mentorship for others. So thank you very much, Amanda. And okay, we are going to now, because we are now rounded up, but 15 years of So Fresh and so many feats and achievements recorded with lots of people as your stakeholders. Could you share with our audience how much you would consider mentorship as a growth lever, as being on the receiving end, but also facilitating mentorship, both the ones you directly mentor, but also your employees that, you show that they're being mentored. How would you say that that has contributed to your phenomenal growth in your business? And is there like any defining moments that you could identify to share with our audience today?
Absolutely, thank you. And I want to speak to someone also watching and asking themselves this question. I'm here to run a business. I want to make profit, I want to make sales. And here you are talking about mentoring my staff or mentoring my team. Am I their parents? Am I responsible for them? They should just come in, do their work, and go home. But when we started business, 2010, my wife has always been very, very big on people, HR. She trained to become she's a lawyer, but she trained to become an HR professional. And I can remember one of the big moments. It was 2014. That was the first time we were going to do, because the business was small, and we always had direct contact with the people we were working with. And she has always just been very big on people. So, she always talked to them. She encouraged them. We had people, for example, our head of IT today came into the business as a secondary school failure. He has failed his secondary school, had no results, came in and started working as a production guy, making smoothies, did cleaner at a point, then did storekeeper at a point. And he came in a very stubborn guy, But my wife saw beyond that, saw the potential this guy had, and took it upon herself to mentor this guy and show him what's possible. After 2 years, this guy went back to school. So, wrote his WAEC, passed, did JAM, pass, and then went back to school and finished studying while working at So Fresh. And then after that, went to get the certification in IT development, and then came back to SoFresh and started as an IT officer. Today, he runs the entire SoFresh IT infrastructure, from ERP system to applications, website, everything. This guy runs it and runs the team. And why I share this story is because that's the power of what mentorship can do within your business. We formalized this in 2014, and what it did for us is the people that were working for us. I mean, this is a young, small business, still growing, still trying to find its feet. And once you find out that a lot of people at that point don't even have clear career goals, they don't see what's possible for them. What you can do for them as a business is to help them see what's possible, first of all, for themselves and the kind of impact they can have on the business. And, when I think back to that 2014, at least we still have close to about, this is now almost 10 years, down the line. We have about 6, 7 of them in the business that are now occupying very senior positions in the business. And for me, that's the part where investing, because at the end of the day, mentorship is about investing in the people. So this is where I see the power of investing in your people, not just seeing them as a tool, but people that are partners and stakeholders in the business. And when you find those kind of people, like, Mr. Victor said, pour into them, invest into them. Now, not all of them will stay. That's the reality. But look at SoFresh. I have about 6 of them. The first general manager, business services for SoFresh, also started us 11 years ago, and we poured into her. And she takes the business, she takes the vision as her own. I believe that is what mentorship within an organization can do. So see people that work for you beyond just people. See them as stakeholders, see them as partners, see them as people that can contribute and buy the vision, and then they carry it on their head, and then together, because you cannot get to the scale SoFresh is by carrying the burden alone. It is impossible. You are not a magician. So you need those people, and the people you need to know that you are also concerned about their growth, about their well-being. I'm going to give the last example, because I want this to be practical as much as possible. I talked about the first general manager we had. So this lady had worked with SoFresh for about 6, 7 years, and it was 2018. We were entering another phase of the business. We got our first investment in 2018. It came in 2 tranches, 2018, 2019. And I clearly saw that the business was going to change. It was going to move from, we had 2 locations, and we were going to 15 locations, we were going to 20 locations. And I saw that the operation was going to become more complex, operation, supply chain. And the people I was working with, I saw the danger that these guys, the business was going to leave them behind. And then we called some of them and said, now you need to define a business career for yourself. What do you like to do? I know you're great, I know you're passionate, I know you have energy, but you don't have a specialty. And it will get to a point where we will need specialization in this field, in that field. One of them said, she's always loved supply chain. So we said, okay, that's good. So what do we do in the business? We started an education program where if you studied for certification within the business will repay you 30% of what you expended if you pass. You're not going to fund failure, right? And she took advantage of that. She started, going deeper into supply chain. She did international certifications, logistics, and all of that. And she actually developed and built herself up. And, the business supported her. For me, I took it upon myself to guide her, in that career projection. And, today she's in the business. She's one of the, most reliable hands we have today. So investing in the people that work for you is actually investing in the business.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think a lot of it has been said, but we've heard from our panelists today, from not just, like I always say, not just theory, but practice. whether you're running an enterprise, whether you're running a community, you know, whether you are acquiring talent, you're managing talent, whether you're thinking about yourself. So we've heard from personal experiences, from organizational experiences, you know, but also from the very practical day-to-day of what mentorship can actually do. We've looked at the Chamber of Commerce in Abuja, we've looked at So Fresh, we looked at Cascador, we've looked at Mr. Victor's organization, and he has quite a lot, so I cannot name just one. I cannot name just one. But I am hoping that as you're listening to us, if you do not already have a mentor, you now understand that it's something that goes beyond the one individual. It is the most effective tool for knowledge sharing, knowledge transfer, helping you to grow, helping you to innovate, helping you to stay adaptable, to stay flexible, to build resilience, to avoid pitfalls, see them before you get there. Do not repeat mistakes. You can make your own, the new ones, learn from them, but don't make the ones that's been made before. And that's our call to you. We hope that this session has been as inspiring, as enlightening as it has been for us as we shared and listened to everybody. And we look forward to you joining us for the second session coming up shortly. Thank you for joining.
Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me.
What a great way to start. You will agree with me that this has been a wonderful conversation with our guests. Thank you, Jane, for that beautiful moderation. We will, at this juncture, like to acknowledge our partners who believe in this great cause. So thank you, Sycamore. Thank you, Velux. Don't forget to drop any nugget you've gleaned so far from the conversation and share it on your social media platforms with the hashtag GMB2025 ahead of the curve live. Both of these should carry a hashtag. Also, if you have any questions at all, please do drop them in the comment section of any of these social media platforms you are watching us from. We will be responding to all of them, all of these questions, of course, at the gala, this GMT Summit 2025. And of course, you know that the gala will be in the next day. That's talking about tomorrow. This is GMB Summit 2025 live from Nigeria, and I am your host, Regina Chris Okodo. Up next is the Masterclass 2. We are concentrating on banking, fintech, and manufacturing, and the topic is beyond transactions, financing, innovation, and building stronger industries for Africa's future. The speakers of today are these great people. We have Doyin Shola Ola, who is the Managing Director, Cordros Wealth, Cordros Asset Management Limited. Doyin is a seasoned wealth management professional with over 15 years of experience in providing bespoke financial solutions to high net worth individuals, families, and institutions. As Managing Director of Cordros Wealth, she oversees investment strategies, wealth planning, and portfolio management services, driving business growth and delivering exceptional results. With expertise in portfolio management, investment advisory, relationship management, business development, and strategy, Doyin Shola is committed to delivering personalized service and tailored advice to our clients, helping them achieve their financial goals. Doyin Shola holds an MBA from the University of South Wales and a BSc in economics from the University of Ado-Ekiti. She is a skilled communicator and excels in building strong relationships with clients and stakeholders. I'm sure you're given a thumbs up, you're given an emoji to all of these that I have said. That is quite a beautiful one. The next is Mr. Babatunde Akin Moses. He is the CEO, Sycamore, Nigeria. Babatunde Akin Moses is the CEO and the co-founder of Sycamore, an award-winning peer-to-peer lending services and investment fintech platform that is bridging the gap in access to finance and investment options. The company has empowered over 300,000 people and businesses across Nigeria. Prior to Sycamore, he amassed experience in finance and strategy, having worked at oil giant Shell, multinational consultant firms KPMG and PwC, and Pizza Shah, a fintech company in Nairobi, Kenya. He has a bachelor's degree in economics from Bowen University. He is also a chartered accountant and an MBA holder from Lagos Business School and IESE Business School in Spain. He has also authored a book on economic principles and loves to write about business, policy, and productivity, and has contributed to several national publications on these subjects. He is deeply passionate about making Nigeria and Africa a much better place to thrive and prosper for all. Ladies and gentlemen, in a jiffy, you will see our wonderful, wonderful guest. Of course, the next person is Dr. Ore Iton Adigun. He is the representative of Mr. Akin Morakinyo, and also he is Dr. Oreotan Agidon, HCBI, is the Director of Economics and Strategy at the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. He specializes in financial economics at the doctoral level. He has MSc Economics from the University of Ibadan. After graduating with a first-class honors in Greek economics, he is also an accomplished business leader, financial economist, and strategist with 2 decades of experience in the banking sector, with a record of successes in driving business growth and expansion. Mr. Adigun's banking experience cut across many Nigerian banks, including Zenith Bank, Axis Bank, First Bank, Union Bank, and Sterling Bank. He is an alumnus of Lagos Business School and the London School of Economics. Dr. Oreyton Adigun is an honorary senior member of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, fellow Chartered Institute of Administration, associate member Risk Management Association of Nigeria, and a member Nigeria Economic Society. He is successfully married. I think I like the last line. Right, the next person we have is an international finance and economic analyst, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed. Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed is the founder of Finance with Mukhtar, a personal finance platform established to help people grow and change their mindset on finance. He is an international finance and economic analyst on BBC Africa, Rise TV, Channel Television, CNBC Africa, Inside Africa on CNN, TVC, and others, and also a stockbroker, personal finance coach, budget planner, and an advocate for financial freedom. A graduate of geography and remote sensing from the Federal University of Technology, Minna. The CEO of Asha Dynamic Solution. He is a philanthropist, mentor, investor, husband, and the father of 3 lovely children. He believes that being a financial analyst is not just being on TV, but making an impact on the younger generation and the masses on how to build their incomes to a fortune. It is a passion, it is his passion, I beg your pardon, to give back to the society and make our country a better place. Part of what he does is talk, investment, management, consultations, evaluation of financial situation for clients, among many, many others. Ladies and gentlemen, what more can I say about this particular section of this great GMB Summit 2025? Just hold on. Whatever you have that you want to ask questions, please don't forget. We need you to keep writing, hashtagging. It is a great thing for us today to know, learn, unlearn, and unlearn.
Welcome to Velox Real Estate and Investment Limited, your trusted real estate partner in strategic investments and planning.
In the last 3 years, Velox Real Estate and Investment have sold and allocated over 5,000 plots of land across service estates and layouts. We are proud to have retained over 6,000 satisfied clients who have discovered their dream properties through us.
Within the same period, we are currently developing amazing hospitality projects such as Lux Residence in Port Harcourt, Creek Holiday Bungalows in our Creek Heaven Estate in Port Harcourt, which stands us out in the city of Port Harcourt as the first real estate company to begin the development of an estate that is just not another estate, but a holiday destination. With the rise of our 10 floors apart hotel, The Signature, Velox stands tall in the Port Harcourt real estate market as the first real estate company to bring to life the live, work and play.
Welcome back to the MentorBridge Summit live, and today with me our amazing panel for Masterclass 2. We have an online guest joining, Mr. Mukhtar Mohammed, and we have in the studio here, Madam Duisola, Mr. Babatunde, and Dr. Adigo. Now, this is a very interesting panel that many people will be looking out for. And so sometimes the subject of money can be very abstract in explanation. So I would want us to be a lot more very practical if you have illustrations and use case studies so that everyone can know, okay, I want to go from zero to $1 million in 2 months, if that's possible. Okay, so to start with, take us on this journey, I'll be asking Dr. Adigo the first question. Now, with access to finance for SMEs, if you ask anyone, what's your challenge? Capital. There's everybody wants money. What do you have? You have an idea. I want capital. So, what are the biggest challenges that SMEs, face in accessing finance, and how can financial institutions bridge that gap? And in answering that question, please tell us: is capital really the most important thing? And what are the best ways to go about raising funds? Because sometimes, like someone said earlier, that if you give someone who hasn't handled money a huge sum of money, you can be very sure, like lottery winners, you can be very sure that the money will be squandered. So let's talk about capital, access to capital, and what SME should actually be looking out for.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. And let me first say that we appreciate the organizers of this event, and we thank you for inviting the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. Well, you talk about SMEs, small, medium enterprise. I think I want to add another one.
Okay.
I want to add M to it.
Okay.
Micro, small, medium enterprise. Why did I say so? Nigeria economy, if we want to look at it holistically, you can say 100%. Out of this 100%, the MSME, in terms of number, they constitute 96%.
Oh, wow. Okay, so MSME, is it in earning capacity
You
or
know what I'm
revenue
saying?
generation?
We have big companies,
Okay.
we have micro companies, we have small companies, we have medium enterprises.
Okay.
We have big corporates. We have the banks, we have the capital, the asset management companies, we have the manufacturing, we have the insurance, we have agriculture, we have industries. If you put everybody together, the big ones constitute 4%.
Wow.
The MSMEs, in terms of number, they constitute 96%. Where did you get it from? There's a body responsible for collating that kind of data, SMIDA, Central Bank. They came together in 2023, and they look at the statistics. and they said, if you look at Nigeria economy, if you number it one after the other, and you find percentage, what I'm driving at is to let you know that we have more MSMEs than the big guys.
Okay.
Let me also shock you. What we produce entirely in Nigeria, the economists will talk about gross domestic product.
Okay.
The MSMEs, they contribute 50%.
Wow.
But these MSMEs, they have challenges with capital. I'll first talk about why they have low access to capital. When you want to borrow money, you first look at the money I want to borrow, can I pay it back? When you borrow money, we'll talk about what is called interest rates. Because the lenders, they didn't get the money for free. So they have to make a little margin on the money. All the lenders, they are under regulation.
Okay.
Financial industry is highly regulated. Regulated by Central Bank, SEC, NDIC. The Central Bank would tell the banks that this is the benchmark interest rate. Like if you borrow money from me now, the minimum they can charge you for the money you borrow, the Central Bank will tell you. And as of today, the monetary policy rate is 27.5 plus 5. Meaning that if you want to borrow, you cannot borrow less than 32.5%. If you borrow 1 million naira now, you will pay back 325,000 naira interest, and you will still pay back the 1 million naira.
Wow.
So that's the minimum. How many SMEs
Can afford that?
will do a business that will generate more than 300,000 on 1 million naira? They will rather draw back. So number one issue is the interest rate. The interest rate is very high. The cost of borrowing is high. I only talk about NPR. When banks want to give you money, apart from their NPR, they will administrative charges. They talk about SMS charges. They talk about loan processing fee. They talk about this one. By the time you add everything together, you are getting close to 40%. Interest rate in Nigeria is very high.
Is it just Nigeria, though?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not, well, you see, let me say Africa.
Okay.
If you go to developed countries, it's single digits.
Oh.
But it's double digits here. So before you borrow to do business as SMEs, you have to look at your cost-benefit analysis. You have to add everything together before you approach a bank.
Okay.
So that is number one problem. Most importantly, most of our SMEs or MSMEs, they don't have documents. If you go to Bank A that you want to borrow money, there are people on the street we call marketers. They will come and talk to you. Come to my bank and borrow money. They know you. They know how much you are making. But you don't have the record. By the time the banker goes back to the office, people that will approve the loan, they will look at the record. So there are a lot of challenges. The interest rate is very high. Record keeping by MSME is very poor. And the assets through which you can get this money, the microfinance banks, their own interest rate is killing.
Okay. Let's put a pin on that now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adigu. It has really touched on something that I want Mr. Mukhtar to speak on: financial literacy for businesses, in terms of what do they need to know. Many people, like he says, you want to do a business, and the first thing, oh, banks are giving loans. You've not thought about, is my business ripe enough for a loan? do I have the documents to approach a business and give a bank and give the bank the confidence that yes, if we give you this money, we'll make you back. So, Mr. Mukhtar, can you let us know, you've helped, individuals, businesses improve their financial mindsets. What are the mistakes? What are the mistakes other businesses make and the potholes you've identified, especially with regards to what they know about either themselves in terms of their money management and then their finances for their businesses? Mr. Mukhtar? Let's take that question in terms of financial literacy before we come to your own question.
Okay.
Okay,
I
go
can
ahead.
take it. Okay, so I think it's a very big part of actually accessing finance, and I really love the way Dr. Adigu put it. You know, he mentioned about documentation, and even the interest rates he spoke about, right? Spoke about MPR. So you look at things like cost of funding, documentation required. That's also a knowledge gap from people's part, right? So if you don't understand what's driving the cost of capital, or you don't even understand that sometimes documentation is needed, it's a knowledge thing, and that's where financial literacy has come in. And if you notice in the past, let me say, let's just use COVID year as a proxy, right? 2020, when everybody was indoors, a lot of, financial literacy influencers, applications, shows have really, they've come to the fore. And that's because people have realized that there's a lot I don't know about money.
Okay.
So again, the question that we're answering, at what point does my business need debt? At what point does it need equity? What kind of debt does it need? Because there are different types of debts too, right? So it's getting money from a commercial bank has a certain kind of requirement, right? You need, most people will ask you for collateral, right? And even from the bank, there's a term loan which can span for 2 or 3 years, right? That's to be used for long-term capital projects. But you can also get an overdraft, right? Overdraft is you pay as you use. So they'll establish an overdraft line for you. Somebody can say, okay, maybe you have a line of 1 million, for example, and you only pay on what you use. So if you draw down 100,000, that is what you pay interest on. But for a term loan, as soon as it hits your account, you start paying interest on the entire thing. So, for example, overdraft is better for working capital. You want to buy inventory, you sell it, you get your money, you pay back. You only use the interest rate that he spoke about is only counting for those 15 days that you use it for. It's not like you're running a business where you need machinery, for example. It will take a long time to pay itself because it's not like you're selling, except you're in the business of selling the machine. If it's something you're using to produce, it will take a while to pay. So you need maybe a 2 or 3 year term loan. Again, we're only scratching the surface, right? We're only talking about all this is financial literacy. I know because of what I do and kind of business that we do.
So let's quickly circle back to what you do, because I think it ties to the answer to this question. So what innovative solutions are there to merge, to bridge the gap between someone who I just have a business, it's profitable, and then I want to scale. What are the solutions that are available, and how can we access? I'm saying we now because I'm putting myself, I'm talking for you too. I'm talking for you too. So how can we access people who are business owners who want to fund their businesses or who want to invest in their businesses? What are the solutions available that are not just tied to maybe a particular financial institution, but like across? What should they look out for when people are coming to tell them, oh, come to me? What are the things they should look out for in the solutions that would best serve them, knowing fully well that, like Dr. Adigu said, the MSMEs are like the bigger part of the pie. So these are really, really small businesses. So what are the solutions they should look out for?
Solutions. So the first solution, again, we're going back to the first or the last question, is the knowledge, right? So financial literacy is very important.
Okay, so
Um,
sorry, I'm getting
feedback?
a feedback here that Mukta is ready to
Okay.
take an answer now. So let's hear you, sir.
Do I get the question again?
The business terrain, it's harsh for SMEs or MSMEs now to just wade in and access funding. You have helped other businesses to be able to understand what financial literacy is. So what are the pitfalls or the loopholes that you feel that business owners, whether they are starting out or they are seasoned business owners, what are the things they should know when it comes to financial literacy and then growing their business, especially with borrowed funds?
Okay, thank you. I like that the last aspect of it where they talk about what they need to know to grow their business, especially with borrowed funds. I think first, businesses, small SMEs should first of all know how to keep records. It's very key to borrowing. Some SMEs thinks because you have a good project, business proposal that will bring you, you just think everybody should dive into it. Most investors will be looking at what has been your performance, especially how have you been prudent managing the previous resources before they want to invest into your company. So first of all, record keeping is key, because what we see is that SMEs do not also think that they will grow. And that's on that thing. They always think it might always be like that. So I always advise that when you start your business, the first thing you need to do is to make sure that record keeping is key, so that we know when your business started with 50,000, how you have grown it to 100,000, how you have taken it to 1 million, and that's why you need 10 million. This will give investors, whoever wants to invest in you, or even if you want to borrow money from the bank, it will give them an idea of what your business is like, and then they will be able to borrow you the fund. Because again, a lot of people think you just go to the bank and the bank will look at your turnover, will look at what you've done, will look at other how much your business have grown, and like what I said, what you have done with your funds before they will now say, okay, this is ready to have fund. Because bank will also look at the risk management of your business, also looking at the risky side of your business, because banks are also in the business to make money, so for their shareholders, and so they will look at how profitable your business is. That for me is the key to financial literacy. For me, for SME, financial literacy for them should be record keeping, especially financial record keeping, to be able to expand, and in that expansion be able to access funding.
That is, in a nutshell, the crux of the matter: record keeping records. I mean, it can be as simple as your day-to-day activities, putting it down, and it can be even, now there are applications that can help, So let's go to the lady in the room. We're talking about asset management as a tool for growth. Now, many people feel, when you talk about assets, they feel until my business gets to a particular height before I can think about assets. And so what is the asset management mindset? How can that aid business growth? Because almost like it's a retirement plan-ish kind of thing. So, but how does asset management really help businesses to grow,
Okay, thank you for the question.
Thank you.
The first thing I'll say is there is a lot of misconceptions when it comes to asset management. You hear things like investment is for the rich. Investment is for people that want to retire, and quite a number of, like I said, misconceptions. But investment is for everyone. And this is you understanding what you want your money to do for you. So now that determines the scale at which you would operate as to the kind of advisory you get from an investment manager. So another thing in which we need to also consider is the discipline that comes to asset management. I say to people and I say to institutions that investment in itself and working towards financial freedom is a journey and not a destination. So it's not a thing that you'll start now and you'll stop. It's a thing that requires clarity, it requires consistency, and it requires accountability. What do I mean by this? Clarity being, what do you want your money to do for you? Identifying your goals and working towards achieving those goals. Consistency, it has to be regular. It is not, I'll start now, I'll stop tomorrow. You have to be intentional about making sure that you're setting aside funds to meet that goal that you've identified. And for accountability, you have to also monitor what you're doing. The market we operate in is very fluid. And the policy yesterday might not necessarily be what is applicable today. So you have to keep monitoring to be sure that the funds you're setting aside, the goals that you've identified, you're actually meeting it. And in identifying goals, we also say to both individuals and businesses alike is you have to be truthful to yourself. You know what capacity your business can do. You would not want to lie to yourself that you want to achieve a goal that will now become a white elephant or a project that even to you, you know it's attainable and you don't believe in the cost. So you have to review all of this and be sure that your cash flow is able to help you achieve your needs. And that is when your investment will work for you. That's when you can scale. That's when you can have sustainable growth and you can have long-term value that will precede the life of the company. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doyin. It has, I could relate with a lot of the things that you talked about because assets, and especially for, I'm sorry to the gentleman in the room, especially for female-owned businesses, when you now talk about assets, it's almost like, I know, until for those who are single, like, no, I cannot build, I cannot buy a house, I cannot do this because of, you know, but those are misconceptions that don't really exist and will deter one from making the progress that they need to make. Now, we touched on policies, and I would like Dr. Adigo to talk about that. Now, how do businesses bounce back in the face of economic policies that sweep them off their feet? For example, between last year and this year, in January last year, the dollar rate was not the same as it is now. So how would you advise businesses in order to, because your business needs to even survive before it can grow. So to shore up themselves against these shocks that come up, you know, with government policies, you know, and in what way is the CBN as an organization, what services, like support services, do they have for businesses, you know, to really help them navigate these waters?
Okay, thank you very much. Again, in January 2024, dollar or naira to dollar was about 800 naira. In December 2024, it was about 1,600 naira. How many businesses got prepared for that? You know what? Between January 2024 and March 2024, or let me say between January and March every year, several outfits come up with what we call economic outlook for the year. I'm making reference to 2024 because 2024 was a very special year in the life of Nigeria, and everybody knows.
Defining year.
From what can I call it? From consultant perspective, from business areas, from even religion. There was no pastor in 2024 that predicted 2024 was going to be good. There was no imam in Nigeria in 2024 that said that that year was going to be a very good year. So what am I saying? Between January and March, there were several economic outlook programs organized by very many organizations, banks, you know, various organizations organized it. And in that program, they said that year, Naira was going to depreciate further. They said that year, Naira was going to be volatile. there are many business people who attended those kinds of programs where you can get ideas on how you can manage your business for the year. Our people don't go for things that will add more values to their businesses. I like talking about history. In 2022, I was privileged to be in a summit, January 2022. It was organized by agribusiness managers of Nigeria. At that year, I will still talk about dollar. They were advised that all these agribusiness people, because we have many practitioners in the area of agriculture who attended that program, they were advised, don't go for dollar-denominated loans.
Oh, wow.
Because if you get a loan in dollars in January 2022, by the time you'll be paying back, you'll pay back so much money because the economic outlook is not or wasn't favorable for dollar borrowing as at that time. For instance, let me break it down again. In January that year, if you borrow $1 million, you would have borrowed at 200 million naira. Because in Nigeria, what you spend is naira. But you want to borrow dollar because you import and you need dollar to do a lot of transactions. So in naira term, you have borrowed 200 million naira. But when you want to pay back, you pay back in dollars. You still pay back your $1 million. But the $1 million you borrow in January is 200 million naira. But in December 2022, naira has moved to 400 million. Your loan has become how much? 400 million naira. And you are selling in naira. Those people who attended that program, a number of them did not go for dollar-denominated loans. For those who went for it, they were biting their. So people need to attend a number of programs that will add value to their businesses. And that is why I say thank you for organizing this kind of program. For people who listen to this kind of thing, those who did not know they can get this kind of information in various economic outlooks that are arranged, that are planned by several outfits, they might say, okay, in 2025 or 2026 now, I will take time, I will plan for it. Read books. Anything that concerns the economy, it will affect your business. Don't say they are just talking about figure, naira, and this and that. Several TV stations, they have business sessions. Listen to it. It will be a lot of. It will add a lot of good to you. So on the other side of central bank, 3 days ago, the federal government of Nigeria, together with Central Bank of Nigeria, launched what we call National Credit Guarantee Scheme.
Okay.
National Credit Guarantee Company. This is a company that wants to de-risk lending to the banks. Like meaning, a number of people are talking about, my problem is collateral. My problem is this. How many people got to know about National Credit Guarantee Scheme? It is to the benefit of the borrowers. Across Africa, there's also what we call, there's also an initiative of African Development Bank, Africa Guarantee Fund.
Okay.
This Africa Guarantee Fund is an initiative to guarantee loans for MSMEs.
Wow.
In 2024, you know how much AGF has guaranteed? Or how much AGF guaranteed? $6 billion.
Dollars.
Mainly for MSMEs. How many people get to know about this? So people need to, attend programs that will add value to them. You can also, some of these things, life is even easier now. You can Google it.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Adigu. I mean, it's it's not as flamboyant, but it's information that is very necessary. So I think what the takeaway is that people should look out for information about their businesses, what's going on in the economy, because it will have an impact on you. So let's listen to Mr. Mukhtar. Is he there? To talk about the planning, strategic planning for the year. So if a business owner is to plan for his finances, business operations, and then investments, how would he go about it? Because it's almost as though your expenses are tripling and doubling, or times how many percent, and the resources are not doing the same. So how do I run my finances in such a way that I'm conscious of the fact that I need to operate efficiently and also invest? So please, especially I know you're an expert with the stock market and all of that. I mean, how can businesses stay afloat? And so that's both short-term investments and then long-term investments.
Okay, thank you again. First and foremost, it's what you do during the rainy days that saves you during those difficult days. That's why you see banks or companies, not only bank, financial institutions, companies, we have what we call retail earnings. So they don't just eat everything, they keep some aside. If they are paying shareholders, if they make 1 naira, they'll pay shareholders 30 kobo or sometimes 40 kobo, some will even pay less. And then keep the other one aside because they know that in business, you can never say never. It's not a straight line. I keep saying the beauty of entrepreneurship is innovation, and the beauty of innovation comes as a result of difficulty problems that have come up. So you need to be innovative enough to solve those problems. But the first one in terms of that is to also make sure that you have what we will call in individual financial planning emergency funds. So you should have retained earnings that you can use to expand your business, or you can use to come in when there's challenges in some aspect of your business. That is one. Secondly, again, you have to build assets. I heard you talking about assets there. So you have to build assets, and in building assets, you have to look at long-term assets, short-term assets, and sometimes even assets that will still last longer than even the company, even when you are no more there. So the challenge we have is that most smaller business don't even invest in other businesses. They don't even look at long-term assets. They don't look at short-term assets. They just want to keep on saying, oh, you know what? I'm reinvesting my money in my own business. And I normally use this analogy. I tell people, yes, it's good to reinvest your money in your own business. But if your own business have challenge, how do you now get out of it? So you need to build assets. Now, if people ask, that's why I tell people, even as the African richest man, Aliko Dangote, invest in other smaller companies that pays him dividends and pay. So he's looking at from those money also, he could also draw out. Now, another mistake people do again in investing are also smaller business. They don't know the difference between liquid asset and unliquid asset. Now, some business will say, you know what, I'm bullish on real estate, so I've made so much money. I want to buy a house, I want to buy a land, I want to keep it, I want it to grow. And then their business comes up with challenge, and they want to sell the land. You cannot just sell it, no matter how choicy the area is. You cannot get a buyer within 48 hours or within 1 week to pay you what you really want to. So those are things businesses need to look at. You need to look at what business is thriving, what business has stayed a long time, what business is very productive that I can invest in, and I'm sure that it's fundamentally strong, that I'm sure that anytime I need my funding, those businesses will be able to come through for me. That is what most businesses should be doing in terms of long-term, short-term planning. But I think most especially is, what do you do when your business was booming? Do you just keep on just eating the money, living large, buying more cars for yourself to let people know that you have arrived? Or do you still keep some of this money and then also use some of them to expand your businesses? That is the key in terms of an SME is trying to manage the milky water, especially when you are doing business in Nigeria, where one government policy can throw you off, just like my colleague in the studio was saying. A lot of people do not look at the economic reality of the year before they set up to move. Because again, by now, as a business, we are already half of going towards almost end of the year. We are in the second quarter of the year. You should be able to begin to project what will happen by end of the year based on your 2-quarter achievement. And by virtue of that, begin to plan for next year what you can do to improve. But all this comes through data management and also financial record keeping. I cannot stop emphasizing that, where you are able to look at what has come in, what you have spent, what you have invested, what are the returns in those investments. I think businesses need to build what I call war towards guiding against shocks that they are not prepared for. But most of those cannot be built during those shock periods. They should be built before those shock periods. A good entrepreneur is one that anticipates that there might be a challenge, and I am prepared for that challenge when it comes. But what do you do when your business is booming is what determines what you do when you get to those difficult terrains.
I mean, that is what you do when the business is booming. That's not the time to say, that's all those screenshots that we have been keeping of this time to live the dream. You know, so let's talk about Mr. Babatunde, the use of AI, innovation now. Innovation is the in thing. We're in AI world, and the finance sector has seen some trends, new trends. And so how can businesses leverage on the trends, leverage on what's new in order to better themselves in terms of finance management and then growth? And so maybe segue, I don't understand crypto, and so, you know, but I don't, how do people, things are coming up almost every day that look very promising, very, you can overturn your money in quick succession, but how do people approach these new trends and ride the wave of the new without losing their life savings and, you know, or giving up everything and then using the technology or available to grow their businesses?
Right. Okay, so that's a very interesting question, and it's because we always have trends.
Yeah.
Today is blockchain, tomorrow is AI. There's always something.
Yeah.
There was even NFTs at some point. A lot of people made money, a lot of people lost money as well. So I think for me, the starting point for considering trends, no matter how popular, we should go back to first principles. At least that's how I like to approach it, and that's what I always suggest and advise. So what's first principles? One, is it solving the customer's problem or meeting their needs? That's the most important thing before slapping any new trend on it. And what do I mean? The fact that everybody is, say now AI, for example, is there a way that AI can improve the experience of your customer or help solve the experience? The truth is that the technology required to solve whatever problem might not be AI based, right? It might not be. So should we, in the name of following a trend, do something that is less efficient, that will take more time? So think about blockchain, for example. So part of the blockchain process, especially in the early days, is better now. It used to consume a lot of energy, right? And there was a time people wanted to use it to build all their systems. And some people tested it, and they saw that the transfers that we are making are actually faster than actually using blockchain, right? So do I want to, in the name of using that new technology, then adopt, and go backward, right? So I think we should always go back to first principles. What is most efficient? What solves the customer problem or meets the actual need, right? That's the first one. The second is, I would say also, you want to pay attention to information, as you said, right? You always want to keep abreast of what is happening, but not with an intent to necessarily adopt it. For you to know how it fits into the context of your business. So again, it's going to be a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
And last but not least, I think something that you always need to pay attention to is data, right? When I say data now, every business is generating data every day from the activities that they are doing. It's not just external data. When we say data, people think, oh, we have to go to National Bureau of Statistics. That is data too.
Yeah.
That's very important data, but there's external data, there's internal data that your business is generating. And even back to the first point, the data that we're checking for our business, for example, is for how long, let's say we're in the business of logistics, for example. Based on the data that we have yesterday, it took us 1 hour to deliver something to a customer from Ikeja to Lekki, for example. What is the data telling us about what AI or robotics can help us achieve? And how does that compare to the data we've already generated internally? If we check it, and we're saying that the average is maybe 3 hours, for example, we're already doing 1 hour with our current technology, then do we need to adopt that new trend for the sake of it, right? So I think paying attention to data, both external and internal, is also very important in considering whether a trend is appropriate for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, so for all those always looking out for what's new might not be what's better.
What's better, exactly.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, thank you. So to wrap up the conversation on the money part, because we also have to share our thoughts at least on mentoring in our sectors.
Of course.
Ms. Dwayne, building investment discipline. So how can business leaders, individuals, build the discipline needed? You know, well, on social media, it's easy to click now, to add to cart, and all of that. And some vendors will say, don't worry, pay small. So how do we build that investment discipline as individuals or as corporate organizations so that we can create a sustainable wealth? Because we can let's also tie that to businesses that transcend their original owners. Yes, so for a business that they've done well and then the founder dies, how do they sustain that level of excellence and wealth to the next generation without the business dying?
Okay, so this is talking about financial discipline, right?
Yes.
And again, the anchor point here is budgeting. You have to budget. So to every of your income, be it an individual or a corporate, how do you spend? Mr. Mokhtar made mention of retained earnings, but let's backtrack a bit, and I'll draw from two experiences, one from an individual and the other from a corporate. And I remember facilitating a financial literacy seminar, and we were talking about how to manage funds, how to grow wealth, and the majority of the question was, the money is not even taking us home. How then can we set aside funds for investment? And one thing is also clear, given the years of experience we've been in business, that if you look at your bank statements and you do an addition of your total spend on a monthly basis and you compare it with your income, you begin to wonder that you spent more than you've received. And you ask yourself, where's the money coming from? So it's a function of, as long as the money is available, you will spend. So the first thing to do is you have to be intentional about savings. So the moment you receive your salary, a certain amount needs to go to a savings account or an investment that is not within reach. Because as individuals, we are very quick to call for a withdrawal, to use our debit card, impulse buying, and all of this. So you have to first be intentional about setting aside funds so that you can grow the funds over a period of time. The second example would also come from an institution, this instance, a real estate company. And I remember our first engagement with the CEO at the time. He said, oh, I'm in a fast-moving environment where I can easily get deals from clients, distress sales, and what have you. And I really need to be on cash so that I can easily take up opportunities when they present itself. And the conversation was, if you make a sale and the sale is running into hundreds of millions, A 10 million naira there or a 20 million naira here would not stop you from closing the next sale because your industry is very big when it comes to funding. And you hesitated a bit, but as time goes by, we eventually opened a relationship with the clients, and for every time he makes a sale, he sends us something.
Okay.
For every time he makes a sale, he sends us something. And these are funds that are not impacting the cash flow or his next big deal. And it's been a year and a half. As of yesterday, we were just randomly checking portfolios because what we do again at Codros is we review portfolios from time to time, see how we can best manage your portfolio. And we realized that in 18 months, he has saved aside about 600 million naira. And these are 10 million naira today, 20 million naira tomorrow, 5 million, but it was consistent and it's regular. But what I'm saying right now is you just have to be intentional, be it a corporate or an individual, to make sure that you set aside that funds that would help in times when you need funds. On generational wealth, it's always best that you bring in family members or the heir apparent into the business. And if it is a fact that they are not willing to take up the mantle of leadership, you need to put in corporate governance in place to institutionalize processes and procedures in the firm, just so it would outlive your legacy and you can transfer this to generations to come.
Sorry to cut short. To bring them in at what level? Is it to bring them in to just come and run it, or they should grow through the ranks?
Usually it's better they go through the ranks so they understand the entire dynamics of the corporates. Culture differs, and even per company. Culture in company A is totally different from culture in company B, and this is where you talk about culture shock. So if they don't understand the rudiment of the business, it will be difficult for them to understand, let alone contribute their quota to the growth of the business. But like I said, there are times when there are some family members that will say to you that I want to chart my own path. I want to chart my own course. I would support, but I will not be present. So in that instance, you now need to look for people that are renowned, that have done well in the industry, that you can bring into the company. But before then, you need to ensure that you have a sustainable corporate governance that will chart the course of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So it has to be deliberate. It has to be
It's a deliberate attempt. It has to be. It's not something you just jump into.
Happens.
You don't stumble into it.
Yes.
You have to be deliberate and work towards it.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I mean, we could go on and on because the subject of money is very interesting. But let's talk about mentoring now. This is a mentoring summit, and so what are the roles? Dr. Adigu, what practical steps can institution leaders take to mentor either businesses that are in their sphere of influence or direct employees? I mean, the first panel really handled direct employees. So now we're looking at, for an organization like the CIBN, what is the tangent, or what's there for people who say they belong to that body? Is there anything like mentorship? Because you would have very experienced, seasoned career professionals, leaders of banks. How can they help the current ones so that either they don't make the same mistakes? Is there anything like that, being put in place, or how can they pursue that if they want to start?
Okay, thank you very much. Currently, the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria has what we call mentoring scheme.
Okay.
The fourth stream will be graduating in the month of September 2020. In the next 1 month, they are going to graduate. And what do they do? In the first instance, they will match the mentor and the mentee.
Okay.
And in the process of matching them, the heads of human resources of banks play prominent role in this regard. And they ensure that, they have the record of everybody.
Yeah.
They know what each staff is doing and who can be the best to mentor this. So the first they do is to match the mentor and mentee. Before I joined CIBN, I also benefited from the scheme. In one of the banks that I worked, Zenith Bank in particular. So when I joined, coincidentally, they now made the current MD my mentee.
Okay.
So people were like, why should they take you that is too low to this person and match with Adaura? I was curious. I had to ask one of my friends in human resources, why did you make Adaura my mentee? Somebody that is not good. He said, don't you know that you and Adaura, there's something in common? I said, what exactly? Adaura is a lady, I'm a man. Adaura is fair and black. Adaura is Igbo and Yoruba. So why did you match us? He said, do you know that Adaura has registered for a PhD? You have also registered for PhD.
Okay.
Adaura said she's going to do financial economics. You also said you are going to do financial economics. Adaura is in revenue generating. You are in revenue generating.
Okay.
So don't you know that you guys will be speaking the same language? So despite the fact that she may not have more than 30 minutes for you in a month, but that 10 minutes out of 30, don't you think you will get something from there? So the first thing is to, match people that have. Imagine they match me with somebody that is maybe in a, that we don't have something in common. So that's the first thing. Then regularly the CIBN the institute does a lot of communication, circulating it via the platforms of the heads of human resources of banks, that this is very essential. It will help people's career. It will help their personal life. And on a yearly basis, there are streams of these inductees that graduate like that. So it's a continuous process.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
I think, for us at
Mr.
Quadras...
Mukhtar, you'll be next.
Okay, for us at Quadras, we tend to position ourselves as a thought leader. Okay. And we also understand that financial awareness and financial literacy will go a long way in helping people towards financial freedom. So we have a debate that we organize, Every Child a Milestone, more or less catching them young for secondary school pupils and to debate about financial related topics. And as a group, we also organize the Quadras Wealth Summit every year. It's an annual event. The third event will be coming up in September, where we also talk about the new trends in the market, how to build your wealth, how to make your wealth also translate beyond you into the next generation, and more or less capital preservation and appreciation. So these are the things that we do. And we also have a podcast too, where we talk about things that you can also do and how you can make your money work for you. Okay. So pretty much positioning ourselves as a thought leader in the industry and creating more financial awareness, because that's what quite a number of us need. We need to be financially aware for us to make those decisions and for us to be convinced that those decisions are the right things to do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for what I'm doing. It's Mr. Mukhtar here. In terms of mentoring, so how have you efficiently, helped the businesses that are in your sphere of influence, or in what way can mentoring be used as a tool for business growth, whether as a business owner or as an individual, but that's okay, in order for you to preserve your money, I think mentoring can be a tool.
So your mentor is not the person your mentor, yes, is first of all your mentor. Before it might become your friend, but even in that friendship with your mentor, you want to know your boundary. So a lot of people now just think, oh, because you are my mentor, I can just bump into you anytime, despite how busy you are. No, you have to also create, have time, create time for your mentor to be able to meet with you. And when you are meeting with your mentor might have given you an assignment that you are bringing to him for him to assess how far you've gone. And you must be also open to your mentor. Don't show up. Tell your mentor your child play because he must have seen that before you. I like saying this like a story that I personally did to have my mentor. Because I read about him in the book that I realized that he ran the bank at a point. He was the CEO of the bank. He was one of the best young CEO of a bank. He also was an investor. And along the line, that bank went under. And so I read something about him in the newspaper on how he was able to move out of that space. How was he able to survive that period? His story was inspiring. So I said, this is the person I want to be my mentor. And what was it? There were things I was looking at, delayed gravitation. What I saw about him was that even when his business was doing well, in that interview, he said his business was doing very well, but he had to move about 200 million out of that business to establish his own investment arm, which was separate from the bank. At the time the bank went under, it was that investment that brought him back. He now started all over from that investment again and built one of the best investment houses again in Nigeria. So those are the kind of story you hear, and then you want to have a mentor. But these days, what we see about mentorship, we see show up. Mentorship has become a social media thing. Influencers are now becoming mentors, but some of them are just entertainers. Some of them, somebody has not grown a business, somebody is not an investor, somebody does not have 1 unit of any company shares, is not advising you how to run your business, how to invest. But he doesn't invest, but he knows all the theoretical knowledge of investment. So I think in terms of mentorship is somebody that has been where you want to be, where you want to go. So is somebody that will hold your hand and teach you the terrain. But in mentorship, you also as an individual, you must be teachable. Like I said, the first rule of mentorship is listen and listen well. That's the first rule of mentorship. Second, you must always have a question to ask your mentor. Don't always be the one to talk all through, telling your mentor your achievement, how you started your business with 100 naira, it's not 200 naira. Your mentor doesn't need that. He also has gone through that side. Don't see your mentor like somebody you want to compete with and beat him. No, see your mentor as somebody that you want to be like, but also you could do better than, because a true mentor, you will see him want his mentee to be better than him. But his mentee also must be humble to knows that I must listen to him. He has gone through that part. So for me, mentorship is key. Where I am today is because of the different mentors I have in different areas of my life. So I tell people, mentorship is not restricted to one area of life. You don't have to restrict yourself. You have different mentors. You can have different mentors for your business, mentors for people that are very prudent with finance. Because there are some people that can grow business, but they cannot manage finance. So you learn from those people. How do they grow their business? Then you look for people that are good in finance. How do they manage their finances? So it doesn't have to be, oh, this one is my mentor. It must be all and all. So mentors are not good at handling relationships. So but they can grow business. They can manage finance. So you look for a mentor again that can help you in the area of relationship. And mentors are not necessarily being those that you must always come in contact with. That's what people don't know. Some people are mentors that you can read their books and you are excited about them, and you are so any book that person writes, you are willing to read because there's always something there for you. So, and then sometime when you do that, by the time you send a mail, 1 or 2, you realize that you meet those people, because I've had an experience with that. It's a mentor that I wanted to meet was also in the US. I don't know how. At that time I've not even been to the US or all this, but I heard that he was in Nigeria and he was staying in a hotel. I went to station myself in a hotel and I met him. And you could see that he was ready to pour into you. Because if I see a mentee, you know a mentee that is hungry. There's a story about somebody came and told him that, I want you to be my mentor. He said, are you sure? He said, yes, I want you to be my mentor. He said, are you sure? He said, yes. So he took him and threw him inside the pool. And he went into the pool with him and pressed him down, and he was struggling to come out. He said, if you want to learn from me, you must want it so badly, like you were trying to catch your breath inside that pool. That is how, once you see somebody, if you're a true mentor, you know somebody that is hungry to learn from you. By the first question he asks you, we know that that's somebody that has followed you, and that's one person that wants to grow in that area that you are doing very well in.
I mean, that is, people think, okay, they just see someone on social media, please, can you be my mentor? Please, can you be my mentor? You know, and that brings me to Mr. Babatunde. You're a seasoned mentor. We know you are very in touch with mentoring young entrepreneurs and all of that. So how do you, so this is like a twin question now, how do you marry that with running Sycamore and the different other things that you do, as well as successfully mentoring entrepreneurs? And if you can speak to what are the, like he has also mentioned, what are the things that can make a mentee attractive to a mentor, and what way can they get a yes, as opposed to just entering the block ministry and then they are just left on red, you know. So how can people, so both from the mentor perspective, your example, and then those who are looking to get mentors, what are the things they should do to be able to get a yes from a mentor they want?
Yeah, okay. Twin question, as you said. Okay, so when you say I'm mentoring younger entrepreneurs, it's funny because I'm also a young entrepreneur. But I mean, you know, it's on a scale. Yeah. Means I have the others that I'm looking up to, right? And I think in terms of balance, what I encourage a lot of people, because I get a lot of messages, obviously, from because I'm active on social media, or mentor. And I really like what Mr. Mukhtar said, is what I call long distance mentoring, right? Where through either social media or books or whatever activities, when the person is speaking at an event, if they write a book, I have a lot of mentors that don't know me. As far as I'm concerned, they're my mentor, but they don't know, because I learn a lot from them. I learned a lot of, especially specific technical stuff. When people write books, so for example, the way we started Sycamore, for example, it's a combination of a lot of people's stories I've read. I've read a lot of biographies and autobiographies of, this is what they did, this is how they started, they got money. And I just really took that template and ran with it. So from my perspective too, I try not to get overwhelmed with too many direct mentoring, and I encourage people that, you can observe, we can do long distance mentoring. Follow my activities. Thank God I even have a book now, Seth. I'm speaking at events like this, and there's a lot you can learn. Just the same way I'm learning from a lot of my own advanced and seniors too in the industry. So that's on that side. On the other side, to get a yes. So I think that personally, my view is that you don't necessarily have to work towards a yes. Right. I think sometimes the relationship evolves over time, right? There's a relationship right now, and maybe over time, I will just keep in touch with Dr. Adigun, and as we are exchanging ideas and keeping that relationship, he's already mentoring me, but he doesn't know, because I'm already learning from him directly. So before he even says yes, we're already in that relationship. So that is one. But more importantly, and I also learned this from one of my mentors, is you have to also be a person of value, right? You have to make yourself somebody that people want to mentor. And it's not necessarily by how big your achievement is, today. It's what you've done with what you have. So when people are talking to university students, for example, they ask me, what are you doing in university? Oh, yeah, in your choir. Are you doing something there? In your department, are you doing something there? That also speaks to what you have. I really like the example that Doyen used, right? When she spoke about, like, oh, somebody has saved hundreds of millions. And I know some people will be like, Omo, when? God, when? But it's okay, have you saved 5,000 naira? Because what you want to learn from that guy, if you can meet him to mentor you, is how did you get to 100,000? Leave these 500, 300 million is first steps, right? How do I start from there? And the question will then be thrown back to you with the little within your own sphere of influence, church, school, your neighborhood. What have you done? And if you can demonstrate that you are a person of value, no matter how little, and you also want to give, because the number one rule of every relationship is to give more than you take, right? So your mentor now, give me money tomorrow, give me your time tomorrow, give me your connections. Every time you want to just take, and you're not willing to give anything. And some of us think, oh, what can we give? We can give, there's lots we can give, right? Our time, our attention, prayers, whatever, blessings, whatever we can to give, right? So I think being a person of value, giving more than you receive, and also having some sort of what you've done within your own sphere of influence, it positions you to be a good mentee with somebody that is willing to give back. And most accomplished people, those are the things that will give them joy, to give them. Just they are looking for good mentees. So please position yourself with the little you have today. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Babatunde. I mean, it has been a wonderful session with all our amazing guests in the house and Mr. Mukhtar via the Zoom. And I hope you have had a wonderful time as well. If you have any questions, please follow them on social media, tag them, tell them, oh yes, I learned this, and I have a question. Be a person of value. The conversation still continues in the subsequent panels. I hope you do have a wonderful time. Thank you once again to all our amazing speakers, and we'll see you in the next session.
Thank you.
How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. Blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
Glad to know you're still here. It is the fourth edition of the Global Mentoring Bridge Summit 2025. It's been an amazing 1 or 2, 3 hours so far. It just looks as if we just started. The first masterclass has been majorly on mentoring, and we move on with gentlemen and talking about the technology and of course AI, a bit of AI, but basically we talked about finance and a bit also on the mentoring. We are moving to this next masterclass, and that's the third one. We will be focusing on tech, media and government. Don't forget, if you're just joining us, it's amazing time that we are having here. Just follow us on YouTube, Facebook, and of course the hashtag is still there, talking about ahead of the curve live. That's one of the hashtags that we'll be talking about. And of course, the hashtag number 2 will be GMB. That's talking about the Global Mentoring Bridge Summit 2025. I'm your host, Regina Chris Ogbodo. Now, I talked about the third masterclass that we'll be holding, and this is just a bit of what we have. The topic now is above the current adoption curve, how the public sector can leverage emerging tech trends to stay competitive in global market. And of course, we have speakers like we did the other time. The first speaker is Kelechi Decker of the Global Communication and Development. He is a strategist. He's a multilingual development journalist with special emphasis on global economy, geopolitics, multilateral development institutions, and human development. As a journalist, he has covered the United Nations General Assembly consecutively for 28 years. He also did the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Group for 25 years. He also had a great experience with the African Union Heads of State Summit for 27 years with huge institutional knowledge of these multilateral institutions. In the course of his job, he has traveled extensively to 77 countries across 5 continents and has co-authored country investment reports for 22 countries in Africa, and has worked on different development reports and projects for bilateral and multilateral development agencies. He has also conducted high-level interviews of presidents and top global leaders under the auspices of the African Union Commission, AUC, and the World Bank Institute. Over the years, he has acquired a vast knowledge of Africa-focused issues, politics, trade, economics, and culture. He is a graduate of foreign languages and literatures from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He is presently the editor-in-chief of the African Economy magazine, Banking and Finance in Africa, and the IMF/World Bank's annual meetings daily. Aside from his day job, he is an amateur wildlife photographer, a conversationist, and written extensively on culinary culture. Talk about being balanced. He also did automobiles, culturenomics, and economic history of Igbo, Nigeria, and Africa. He is happily married and the father of 4 young men. I can't imagine. I can't wait. I'm sure you two are waiting to see who this enigma is. Next is Chinemema Umesiaka. I hope I got this name correctly. He is a media executive consultant and teenage coach. Chinemema Antichichi Omesiaka is a dynamic media executive, licensed social worker, and certified counselor with over a decade of experience advocating for teenagers, young adults, and families. She is the founder of 19 Works, an influential initiative that has empowered over 50,000 young people across Africa through mentorship, media, and community-based programs. Fondly known as Auntie Chichi, she currently serves as the general manager of Universal TV Africa, a youth-focused television station, and she's the host of the popular radio and TV show Teens Time with Chichi, aired across multiple states in Nigeria. Her engaging personality and deep understanding of adolescent challenges has made her a trusted voice among teens and families. Beyond media, Chinemema has served as special advisor on teenage matters and gender to the Abia State government, and is the founder of several youth-focused platforms, including 19 Magazine, Society for Teens Development, and 19 Youth Foundation, a passionate social entrepreneur and public speaker. She is also one that promotes development through her all-girls football clubs, 19 Dancers FC and Society Teen Girls FC, currently pursuing their second Masters in International Relations at Liverpool, John Moores University. Chinemema holds multiple degrees in mass communication, social work, and entrepreneurship management. Our mission is simple yet profound: to nurture confident, responsible youth and build stronger, more resilient families. I'm sure you're giving your emojis and giving your claps for these great people that I'm bringing on for the third masterclass. Up next is Mr. Adejuwon Soyinka. He's an investigative journalist, regional editor, West Africa. Adejuwon Soyinka is a two-time Emmy-nominated, multiple and award-winning investigative journalist, television documentary producer, and original editor, West Africa, at The Conversation Africa, where he looks after teams in Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal. Soyinka also freelances as a senior producer for the BBC Africa Eye and India Eye, two London-based, distinct, multi-award-winning investigative TV units in the BBC. One of the most accomplished media figures in West Africa, with an incredible track record of exposing organized crime, corruption, and human rights abuses in the region. Soyinka has over 25 years' experience in digital broadcast and print journalism, which includes being the pioneer editor of the BBC Pigeon Service, a new BBC department as part of the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office's expansion of the World Service in Africa. He has been a mentor to many staff members in the BBC who worked with him as an editor in Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon between 2015 and 2021. In addition to the Emmys, Soyinka has won 12 journalism awards, including the One World Media Award for Best Investigative Documentary, Association of International Broadcasting Award for Most Impactful Documentary in 2019/2020, the Nigerian Media Merits Awards, Wole Soyinka Prize for Investigative Journalism, and the Diamond Awards for the Media Excellence. Soyinka also has his credit 11 Journalism Award nominations, including the Royal Television Society Award, the British Journalism Award, an Association of International Broadcasting Award, and the Grayson British Documentary Award between 2015 and 2017. Soyinka was spokesman to the Ogun State Governor, Senator Ibu Kunle Amosun, and member Ogun State Executive Council. Soyinka holds a master's degree in international law and diplomacy from the University of Lagos and an MPhil in leadership and strategic studies from the Nigerian Defense Academy, a level 3 award in education and training from NCFE UK, and is currently studying for a PhD in leadership and strategic studies at the Nigerian Defense Academy. He is based in UK, and he is passionate about storytelling and uses investigative explanatory journalism as a tool for social justice and equity. What a big one. I think virtually everyone that I've talked about is an onion, so to say, worth everything. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're waiting and you can't wait to see these great personalities. I'll be handing over to Satira, who will be moderating this session. I still remain Regina Chris Ogbodo. It's GMB Summit 2025. Stay tuned.
How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. Blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed. never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior. How much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me, never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
Good afternoon, everybody, and we're on to the third masterclass discussing storytelling, AI and innovation, and mentoring. And with me live in the studio is Auntie Chichi. Welcome.
Thank you.
Then we have Kelechi and David online to join us in this panel session. So I would, this topic we're discussing how technological trends can affect the public sector, how we can leverage this trend to be at par with the global countries like America, the UK, and Canada, or Germany, Russia, China. So, in your experience as a mid-tier entrepreneur, how do you think the government can leverage this technological tools in policy making, youth development, youth entrepreneurship that is core here in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
Let me start by saying, you know, you were mentioning some countries. I was hoping that China would be like top 3.
Yes.
So in terms of AI, you know, technology, I think they are like top 3. So I just got back from an exhibition that happened in China, Beijing International Radio TV Film Exhibition. It just ended on last week Saturday, and I was blown away by the latest inventions, like innovations and all that. And interestingly, I didn't see a lot of Africans there.
Wow.
For me, it was, I mean, I even saw a few African men. I think I was the only black woman that was there. And it got me thinking, yes, I know in this media space, we have a lot of women are in the front end, you know, maybe the creative side, the script writing and all that.
Yeah.
You know, but if we want to push the narrative, I think beyond even the government, yeah, you know, at some point I'm going to also like bring in the government, but I think we individually, in our profession, need to start telling ourselves that we need to start matching up with our counterparts abroad. We need to be, you know, because that trip, it was self-sponsored. If I was waiting for my boss or waiting for someone to like sponsor the trip, some of these trips, I wouldn't be up to, you know, par with what is happening in my industry.
Yeah.
You know, so this is me saying, maybe trying to encourage a lot of, you know, people, not just women, but a lot of us in the media space or in any space you think you need technology. In fact, I'm here to see that profession or that thing that doesn't need technology, because that's where the world is now. You know, so this is me saying that a lot of us, we have to just go outside of our comfort zone to start looking for these things. They're already there. The innovations I saw, the latest equipment and all that I saw, I was literally blown away. You know, like at some point, even we human beings, we are not going to have jobs because some of these things are just going to take our roles. But if you are constantly upgrading yourself, if our government is also like creating opportunities for us to know, okay, some of these exhibitions are going, or they can even invite some of these, you know, people and say, come to our country. It's also another way of, you know, of exporting tourism or getting people to know about, you know, Nigeria, because Nigeria is huge when it comes to entertainment and media.
Yeah.
We are huge. You know, a lot of times I think, we are number one when it comes to Africa. You know, the Nollywood, you know, they mention Hollywood, mention Bollywood, then it's Nollywood.
Yeah.
You know, so I think the government also have to find ways to just start pushing the envelope, inviting some of these, you know, people who are into innovating space, who are doing stuff, you know, in the AI, to say, okay, come and do some of your exhibitions in our country. And that way, I think, you know, with time, we'll have a lot of our young people who would also start trying to, you know, try their hands in innovations and all that. I don't know if I answered the question.
You did,
Okay.
you did, because as you said, we are, at least, if you want to mention anything about movies, music, Nigeria will be in the conversation.
Absolutely.
But when it comes to technology, I don't know why we're missing.
We are more of the, you know, we are consuming things.
Yes,
we are not creating.
higher consumers
we
than
are not creating.
innovators,
Yeah.
and it's sad. Hi, David. Is he on? Good afternoon, David. So, David, you have experience as an investor and who has also worked with different brands. In your own opinion, can you tell us how the public sector can leverage these technological tools in advancing or being competitive in the global market?
It's an enabling environment that supports, the adoption of technology by the populace, and also by the corporates. And I'll give you two examples. You will see that we have the Ministry of Communications, and then also you will see under the Ministry of Communications, we have NITSDA, which is pretty much like an agency for, technology and development across board. And you see the work of NITSDA in Nigeria today, you see that they've been able to create a very strong framework for founders to be able to, create the ideas, build the ideas, and assess support, not just infrastructural support, but also financial support that enable them to, drive their businesses. From the talent perspective, you will see we have the 3MTT program, which was launched by the current Minister of Communication, Bosun Tijani, in ensuring that the talent gap in Nigeria is being closed or breached, where they develop a lot of our young people in AI skills, machine learning skills, just several skills, so that they will be globally competitive with what is obtainable in the market. But a little bit backward, you will see that when Andela came into place and was started training our young people with software development skills and also providing them with global job opportunities for them to be able to earn competitively and at a global level, you'll see that in itself also changed the entry level of a lot of young people in wanting to dream around, hey, come, I want to be a software developer, I want to be a product designer, I want to be all of that like that. So I would say, in my opinion, based on empirical, result that I've seen, I would say that the government has really done, pretty much good by being forward thinking, creating the framework that will enable us to be, to compete globally, and which we are already doing, and most importantly, to set the ground rolling for the ecosystem to mature. Because the truth is that Nigeria got into technology very late, between year 2009, that's about 2000 now, that's about 25 years. But the period in which we adopted technology so strongly was also a very late period. So right now, I'll say that we are an ecosystem that is maturing into, global competitiveness, but the foundation has been laid through programs like 3MTT that support talent development, through NITSDA that is helping to shape policies, create the infrastructure, and also create the funding pipelines that enable startups to be able to, solve bigger problems, for the nation. You also see the rate at which the government is adopting technology in executing their operation. Yes, of course, they are not there 100%, but I will say that these are, these are foundational, works that we can build upon to be able to drive, that policy adoption for global competitiveness and growth at scale when it comes to technology. Thank you.
I would get on to Kelechi shortly, but based on what David had just said, as Chichi, you were once an advisor to the Abia State government. And in your own opinion, can you tell me how the government can collaborate with these startups? Because David mentioned startups, how a lot of young people are integrated into technology, but yes, there's support, but it's not enough. In your own, like, how can you advise the government on collaborating with these different tech startups to like improve our systems, our delivery, so that we can also compete like we are number one in music, in fashion, in general entertainment? Yeah.
Okay, I think what David said is, he was able to give a lot of examples. For me, I think government should start with incubation, centers.
Okay.
So I mean, the
Sorry
focus
to cut you short, but don't we have incubation centers? But
so if you go to some of those,
they launch.
If you go to some of those incubation centers, it's just more of just for show. After the launch,
exactly,
everything is gone. There is nobody pays attention to what happens. How long are they supposed to be there? Is it for 3 months or for 6 months? When they are done, what are we monitoring these people? It's not enough. So I've seen government do a lot of empowerment programs. You give people money and you give them startup whatever, and boom, the people disappear. Some of them go to sell some of these things. They never make use of it. So nobody is holding them accountable. Nobody is even seeing what have you done with what you have learned? How many people have you helped? Because that is supposed to be like a ripple effect. We help one person, that person is supposed to like help multiple other people, and it trickles down. So there's no accountability. There's nobody's monitoring. There are no monitoring measures. It's just, let's do this, let's use it to scorecard. This government comes, they use it to scorecard, we did this, but after that government goes, can we be able to go back and say, this is what this government, the past government did? There's no follow-up. A new government comes in, they trash what has been done, they start afresh. So I think if government wants to be sincere, and I believe, this present government, I believe they are doing quite, a lot. If I didn't, I'm not saying that I'm not a party carrier. When I worked with my state governor, I wasn't, up to now, I'm not a card carrier of any party. So I'm not talking, I'm not a card carrier, I'm not a politician, I'm a catalyst. But I've seen some of the things, some of this government, this present government is doing. It's just that I feel like the government, they are not quick to collaborate with media. We media people.
Can we mention some of these things so our audiences can know?
So I remember doing some, like you mentioned, I'm into media. I'm heading a TV station, so I was able to do a documentary on some of the policies, some of the things government is doing, like the NEL Fund, the CNG. I didn't know about some of these things until I now, got the job to go and start documenting. I traveled to, some of the universities in South and Southeast to do interviews on the students who got the scholarship for NEL Fund. And I was blown away. There's thousands of students who are benefiting from this NEL Fund project. So it's one thing for some of these policies to be there. It's another thing for the government to collaborate. Because the word is collaborate. Collaborate with the media. And let us talk about these policies. Let people know what you are doing. And you are not talking about it from a place of we are scoring card. You are talking from a place of we are making impact. So back to you talking about some of the, the entrepreneurs and all that. If government can come from the place of we are like this, the CNG, car, gas, whatever. They are using it to empower a lot of mechanics. When I did that, this was just 2 months ago, I finished the project. I was blown away. I went to Enugu, I went to, Anambra, I went to some states to interview people who are, they just take cars and put CNG. Even in Abuja, we did a lot. And we saw that how this has enriched a lot of people, even helped in, creating more jobs. But some of these policies, nobody hears about them because they are not, media is not giving the right information. And then we are, for me as media, I think we also need to step up because we are the fourth pillar of democracy. We're supposed to be the watchdog. We're supposed to be agenda setters. Sometimes, we get carried away by too many things, that we don't pay attention to, even dig deep to know what are some of the policies that are working and some of the policies that we need to tell the government to say, reshuffle this and do better. We should be able to be in that space where we can advise the government.
Oh, thank you so much. And this also leads me now to a question directed to Kelechi. Mr. Kelechi, are you on? Profile was like, whoa.
Yeah, can you hear
You've
me?
covered the IMF, World Bank, and some very reputable international organizations. Based on what Auntie Chichi just said, how do you think the media can shape this narrative of government development of technology in Africa, especially Nigeria? Because one thing we've discovered is, as she said, one thing, when the government says they are doing something, it's like the way they communicate it to the average Nigerian is like, I'm scoring card, so when I'm campaigning, you won't say I didn't do something. But now, in your own experience as a development journalist, how can you advise the government to use the media to shape this narrative, to make us, the masses, understand that we're not just seeing you scoring card, we're already seeing progress from where we were before to what's happening now?
For this opportunity. First and foremost, before you start talking about government shaping narrative or government involving the media in shaping narrative, you have to ask yourself if government truly understands the importance of shaping narrative. The government, do they truly understand how important it is to use the media, to deploy the media in achieving some of their goals? Do they understand, do they see the media as partner in progress, or do they see the media as as an kind of a section of the public that is always antagonistic to the government? For government to understand how best to deploy the media in shaping narrative, they have to first see the media as partner in progress, as partner in national development, and as a partner in creating opportunities. It is very hard for any society to grow.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
I think, okay. We'll get back to this question. Can you shed more light, because you're also experienced in the media, can you shed more light in what he was trying to tell us?
Yeah, I think he has, he has answered it, because so this is just the thing. Government should see us as partners. We are not here to compete or to fight them. I think.
But why do you think there's this? Because as a publicist too, I think I can relate. There's this antagonization between the government and the media. It just looks like the government is out to get the media, and the media is out to get. Where do you think this started from, and how do you think it can be resolved?
Well, let me not go to where it started from, because I don't think we'll even finish it in 1 hour. But I think this is if the present government, for me, I just want us to just stay present.
Okay.
If the present government understands or appreciates the freedom of speech and say, okay, we are media, we are, like I said, the fourth pillar.
Yeah.
We have a stake in making sure that they meet. I mean, when you were campaigning and saying you were going to do this, we're going to, at some point, we're going to bring up some of those things and say, this, you said you were going to do this. You have not, and we have the right to question if you have done it or you have not done it. And yes, there might be some people who are like on their faces when it comes to trying to get information from them. But the government should also come from that place of, if you make information that if it's there, we shouldn't be scrambling to get certain information from the government. You know, because sometimes they hoard certain things that we need to literally fight. You are trying to get people to interview and they're giving you attitude. You know, they are, you know, it's making it look like we're begging to get information that is supposed to be there. You know, so I think we are, you know, let's not deviate so much. We are talking about AI, talking about media and all that. Even government can also make use of some of these digital platforms to make information readily available. If some of these policies that they are creating, they are like, you know, at the fingertips, knowing that the technology is there, we can just Google and check this, and we find some of these things. Nobody is going to, you know, try to come from a place of fighting you. All we're doing, okay, can you elaborate more on this policy, on this, on that? You know, so I think what Mr. Kelechi was trying to say, or he has already said, is make us your partners. Partner with us. We are not for or against anybody. We just want to do our job and disseminate the right information, because when the right information is not there, there are chances for misinformation and, you know, fake news and a lot of things flying up and down. So, but when the information is clear, crystal clear, and we can also, as journalists, you know, who are your partners, we can easily walk up to you and say, okay, can you clarify on this, and you give us that opportunity. I don't think there will be bickering like we see.
Thank you so much, Auntie Chichi. Mr. Kelechi, are you on? As Chichi just answered what you wanted to say. Is he there? Okay,
Okay,
I'll
I'll
get
get
back to you,
back to you,
Mr.
Mr.
Kelechi.
Kelechi.
David, you
You
have
have
experience
experience
working with a lot
a
of
lot of
startups. Can you
startups.
hear
Can
me,
you hear me,
David?
David?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Startups, right,
Right,
in
in
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
And
And
we're
we're
talking
talking
about
about
storytelling,
storytelling,
AI
AI
innovation,
innovation,
and
and
even
even
mentoring.
mentoring.
How do
How
you
do you
think
think
the
the
government
government
can
can
integrate
integrate
this
this
new
new
trends, this
trend,
new
this new
invention
invention
to their
to their
policies, and
policies and
even
even
businesses
businesses
integrating it
integrating it
to
to
their
their
or
or
startups
startups
integrating
integrating
AI
AI
and
and
all the
all the
things
things
technology is
technology is
giving us
giving
now
us
to
now
their
to their
business
business
model
model
to
to
improve,
improve,
because I
because I
believe
believe
every
every
small
small
facet
facet
of the
of the
economy
economy.
helps in the bigger picture. So how do you think this, how we can integrate this into our business models?
Truth is that AI has come to stay. We are in the age of intelligence. Before we got to the age of intelligence, we were in the age of attention. And if you look at the age of attention, you will see that people were able to integrate that period into content creation, right? So that to get the attention of people. But before it was the age of attention, it was the age of information. During that period, people were also able to adopt that into their everyday lives and the business. That was when businesses were opening emails, businesses were setting up websites, businesses were having, Facebook pages and all of that. Attention age, people now moved from just creating content to, creating videos, becoming content creators and all of that. Now that we are in the age of intelligence, and more particularly AI, artificial intelligence, AI plays a lot of role. There are several aspects to AI and how it sort of helps to, enable business growth from a perspective of integration. One, businesses can integrate AI to, automate their responses to customers. They can use AI to collect data to help them to be able to make informed decisions with regards to, how they should serve their customers, where most of their customers are coming from, what they need the most, and how their customers are thinking, and how they are able to fit their psychographic need, into, that product, creation. And you also realize that we are now living in an age where you don't dictate what your customers want. The customers dictate what they want. And one way you can actually determine that in helping to solve their problems is to see how it can integrate AI in solving that problem. Beyond that, AI also helps to augment or make our work faster. We have the ChatGPT, we have Gemini, we have all of these things. How are we applying it to quickly solve problems? And again, there's also the part where AI cannot give you the best result without a properly synchronized human intelligence. And that is where you have to be able to know how to come up with the best prompt, to be able to get the right type of answers, from AI in itself. So at the end of the day, as a business person or as a startup, you can integrate AI at different problem points. It's just for you to, first of all, look at your business, look at your users, and see what they need and see what type of AI tool will help to solve that problem. Take, for example, if the gap or the weakness that you have in your business is about customer service, you can automate that part through what we call the chatbot. Chatbot can be integrated into WhatsApp, it can be integrated into your website, and all of that, where you feed that chatbot with every information that customers will want to, get answers from, so that the chatbot can help you to solve that, where you are no longer thinking about who will sit on it 24/7 to answer those questions and all of that. Chatbot can help that. What that will do for you in terms of outcome is that to help you to drive operational efficiency, can also help to create a higher level of conversion when it comes to engaging with the customers. AI can also be integrated in helping to drive efficiency with, job output or operational output, and this can come from, your documentations, collecting data, the processing of different aspects of your business, where you can get AI tools that solve those respective problems in the business. So that's the point of integration. Then you ask the question of storytelling. Storytelling has become an important part of marketing. If you are a business, you run a business today, and there is no storytelling as part of the core strategy for your business, you will soon become an oblivion, where people will forget you very quickly. But when you're talking about storytelling in itself, there are a few constituents of storytelling. It begins from knowing your core, the core of what you offer, because today you cannot do everything at the same time. You have to be able to find a niche, where that you are very good at, that you know that you can continuously churn out value from, and you tell your story from that perspective of that core. What I am calling the niche. You need to find your niche, and that niche is what will provide an answer to all the answers that people want on a consistent level. And let me give you an example. You see, every content creator today, they have a niche that they focus on. When you see a content creator whose focus is to make you laugh through different content, tomorrow trying to do motivational speaking, he or she has distorted the flow of that niche when it comes to storytelling. So the consistency around your niche is actually very important to be able to achieve the best form of result and impact. Because at the end of the day, one thing storytelling does for us is that it helps us to create a community, and that community now begins to follow us, and which is why marketing is no longer effective when it comes to selling or doing business. It is community that matters in today's world, which is why I say that, the people used to say the 4 P's of marketing is promotion, price, place, and product. It's no longer that. It is now people. It is now platform first. You must create a platform. You bring people on that platform, and then they must have a paradigm. The 3rd P is paradigm. They must have a culture. They must have a way of behavior that they anticipate on a daily basis. And it is upon that we move to the 4P, the 4th P, where you begin to sell a lot of product to them. And storytelling is embedded in all of that, because the storytelling will be that, take for me, for example, I'm a venture builder. I have a venture studio, and I build and back startups from 0 to 1. Which means that my niche is, you don't need to have a product to come to me. You just need to have an idea. And once that idea is good enough, even if it's not good enough, you join my community. If that idea is good enough, you join my venture studio. So you see the way I kind of two-pronged it, the community and the venture studio. If it's not good enough, you join the community to follow the journey of building or creating the best form of idea. But you are in that community, right? Then if your idea becomes matured, where it is now, buildable, we take it to the venture studio and build it and invest in it and take it to the market. You understand? So fundamentally, it's important to know that niche, excuse me, and also it's important for you to, tell the story from a realistic point of view. You must tell your story from core experience, the engagement you are having with people, the data that it provides, the statistics that it provides, and the journey in itself of how people went from point A to point B to point C. Because people want to be able to relate with that story for them to now join your community, follow your story, and even do business with you. Because at the end of the day, when you tell your story from an authentic point of view, what you achieve trust. And once you achieve trust, you build a formidable community that will look forward to doing business with you all the time, not only because you are the only community that exists or you are the only product that provides them value, but because they can trust your journey, they can trust your story, and they can trust the authenticity of what you are providing as a person. So which means that don't just tell, show through storytelling what it is that you are doing. So for me, those 2 things play a very fundamental role in helping to also shape the narrative of inclusion. Thank you.
Kelechi, are you there? Okay. All right. Auntie Chichi, as he said, he was talking from a business point of view. I want to ask you from a media point of view. How can, because you have a media enterprise, Universal TV Africa, right? How can an organization like yours use AI to integrate what you do without losing that journalistic feel to your communication?
Okay, so in terms of fact checking, we've seen a lot of media houses are using AI because that temptation to be part of the people that will break the news is there.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to be like ahead of each other, but if you also don't want to lose the ethical side of your work, you just have to make sure you follow due process. So in terms of AI, we have seen a couple of media houses using the help of AI to fast check certain things so that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot. We are trying to beat the bloggers and end up becoming like them. So like he said, we can't, nobody's going to shy away from the importance of AI anymore. So I've talked about the fact checking. There are also certain things we can use the AI to do. So we are here. The screen we are using here is a LED, is intelligence. You understand? So there are so many things we media can tag along in terms of making our work a lot more easier, more efficient. Sometimes it might not be budget friendly, but with time you see that at the longer term, it's more budget friendly, because you have it and it's more sustainable and all that. And also tell some of my colleagues to not be afraid, because we've seen where a lot of people are afraid, oh, AI is going to take my job. So if you stay relevant, just like you said, Mr. David said, there are certain things that the computer intelligence cannot do. You need to impute the right things. So it's the human beings that will impute the right things then for the technology to be able to work with. So make sure that you are staying relevant and you will not lose your job.
Okay, that's good. It's more of an input output.
Yes, absolutely.
Kind of thing. Yeah, thank you so much. Before, this is my final question, and I would ask you and David, and we call it a day. I want to talk of mentoring, right? Because this conversation has been from the first and second panel session. And I want to say, Auntie Chichi and David, I would love you to answer in your own perspective. How do you think leaders can help young people transition from education, you're knowing something, to actually doing it and actually actively being in entrepreneurial or leadership role? How do you help young people actively and smoothly transition from that?
Okay, so I'm going to try to go the other way. I think with this generation, I think that the question is now, how can the young people, the Gen Zs, be open to mentorship?
Okay.
I'm talking from experience. We have people who, because you think, you are young boss, the money is there or the ideas are there, and you've launched out, you want to start, building your own thing and start doing your own thing. You cannot run away from that place of finding someone to benchmark on. You will rob yourself if you don't submit yourself to some level of mentorship. So this is me telling the younger generation to still be open, even if you have it all put together. There are some people that come out and they have it all put together, and sometimes they're also maybe lucky and they have the family, transferring certain things to them, and a lot of things just go smoothly.
Like Nepo, baby.
Exactly. Do you understand? But still fall back to finding someone who you can look up to. What it does for you is to help you avoid certain mistakes. I am huge, so why I agreed to come to this is because I'm huge on mentorship, and I also, the idea of the masterclass, because I have learned to learn from people so much, especially people that started something and failed. I'm always reading, trying to check on people who started certain things and they failed at some point. It's not a bad thing to fail. It just shows that you're doing something. So I'm constantly telling myself, how can I avoid, failing and not picking up? Because I've failed severally. I love this book by, John Maxwell, Fail Forward. Is to be able to know how to fail forward and pick up. if the younger generation can submit to mentorship, there are times they would stumble or have issues, and they'll be able to know that this is not the end of the world for me, but I'm going to, some of the things I've learned from my mentor, it will help me avoid certain mistakes, or even when I make some of those mistakes, I can quickly come back.
Okay.
So this is my plea to say young people will still be open to mentorship. Don't get to that point where you think you have it all figured out. You don't need anybody to direct you. It's not even in the direction thing. It's just you learning and being able to avoid certain mistakes. That's what the books also does for us.
Yeah.
There are some mistakes you would have done if you don't pick up that book to read. So be open to reading, be open to learning from a lot of people.
Experienced
Yeah,
people.
from experienced people. Hands-on experience is something that you can never get from the four walls of the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Auntie Chichi. David, I would love to know your own opinion on this.
I mean, education to mentorship. I mean, for young people, I always would say that when it comes to mentorship, it's always a matter of choice. It's also a matter of, vision, what you see. But one thing I see in today's world with a lot of young people, because it is easy to ask ChatGPT questions and ChatGPT gives you all the answers, you probably would think that you found a mentor. But then the truth is that the answers you get for ChatGPT may not be experiential in nature and may not be peculiar in terms of application. And there's also the place of culture, that can influence how you should apply a particular method to solving a problem as a mentee to a mentor. So which is why I always say to mentees, I say, as much as you can figure out everything and have all of the answers, it's important for you to learn character. And talking about character, this is something I'm also teaching my kids because I know that they're going to find answers to a lot of stuff. But in order for it not to be muddled up in their head, when you learn character, character allows you to sieve things through. One thing ChatGPT will not do for you as a young person, it will not teach you character because it is not experiential and pragmatic in nature. But that you can learn through mentorship on one hand. I'll give you a very practical example. I made my first 3 million when I was 23 years old, and I lost everything when I was 25 years old. Along the line, as I was growing up, I realized that I understood how to make money, but I don't understand how to manage money, and I don't also understand how to multiply money. A lot of young people today know how to make money, but they don't know how to manage money, and they don't know how to multiply money. And they have to be able to identify these gaps to know that they need mentorship. When you make money, you have to understand when you get to one stage in life of knowledge, you need to know that you need to find somebody that has been there before to help you to move to the next stage. And because the world itself and life itself is in stratums, we are moving from one layer to the next layer. When you get to one layer, you need to know that there's a lot of learning to do. You understand? There's a lot of learning to learn to move to the next layer of life. And that journey from the layer that you are in to the next layer requires mentorship. It requires somebody that is going to handhold you and teach you the character to move. Because it is character that changes a person. And that is why when you see people misbehaving in a particular way, money is governed by character. And they do not learn that character to go through that process. And embedded in character is knowledge, experiential knowledge, pragmatic knowledge, and a lot of all of these things. So for me, the transitional knowledge or advice that I'm going to give to any young person will be that, hey, come, when you get to one layer in life, learn character and understand that embedded in that character is a lot that you can learn from somebody that can take you.
Okay. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, Auntie Chichi.
Thank you for having me.
And if you do not take anything away from this conversation, one thing you should take away is partnership, private, public sector partnership, and mentoring, being open to learning from experienced people, the media and the government being in partnership to telling impactful stories. So thank you so much for joining us in this session, and I hope you learned something. And ensure you follow us on all social media platforms. I remain Satira. Thank you.
Welcome to Velox Real Estate and Investment Limited, your trusted real estate partner in strategic investments and planning.
In the last
Welcome back to you, GMB 2025 Summit. And of course, it's been an amazing time since we started the first, second, third masterclasses. And now we are on the fourth. And the fourth, it's all about real estate, energy, environment, and public development. The future, talking about real estate as a catalyst, the future of sustainable cities, clean energy, and inclusive urban growth. We have our guests already seated, waiting for us to, of course, join them. If you're just joining or you took time to take some tea or anything you have to, please come back, especially for those of us that are online. Don't forget, you can hashtag us and, of course, follow the conversation. Don't forget also, questions will be collated as you drop them. We promise you that at the gala on Saturday, we will respond to these questions. I have Young Anya waiting to moderate this next masterclass, which is the fourth. But before then, let's do with a profile of the guests. Ifoma Malo. Let me begin with Okovweze Chimangpa. I have forgot that. He is or is a distinguished leader in Nigeria's real estate sector, currently serving as the group managing director and chief executive officer of Velux Holdings, a dynamic conglomerate with interests spanning real estate investment and property development, hospitality, agriculture, prop tech, logistics and supply chain, as well as energy sector. With over 8 years of hands-on experience in property sales, acquisition, development, consultancy, facility management, and rental income optimization, Okofueze has consistently driven measurable growth in real estate sales performance. He holds a degree in biomedical technology and graduated as the top student in laboratory management from the prestigious University of Port Harcourt. He is currently advancing his expertise at Henley Business School, University of Reading, where he is currently studying real estate investment and finance. Beyond his professional achievements, he is the devoted husband and father of 2 amazing children. Okovweze is driven by a vision to create generational wealth and redefine access to real estate in Africa. I'm sure you're giving him an emoji of welcome and welcome and welcome. So ladies and gentlemen, the next voice or the face you will be watching is that of Young Anyao, who will be moderating this masterclass, part 4, as it were, of GMB Summit 2025. I still remain your anchor and host, Regina Chris Ogbodo.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful, beautiful evening in Lagos, Nigeria, here at the Global MentorBridge, Nigeria. And I'm excited to be the host for this session as we look at the fourth masterclass this afternoon. Yes, it's been an amazing conversation all through the day. We've had the first masterclass, the second masterclass, and now the third masterclass. So I'm excited to, take you through the fourth masterclass where we're looking at the theme, real estate as a catalyst, the future of sustainable cities, clean energy, and inclusive urban growth. To join me in this session, I'll be having two guests who will be joining virtually. One is the person of Ifeoma Malo, and then Akovweze would also be joining me live virtually to do this session. So let's have Ifeoma Malo. Are you available already? Can we confirm that Ifeoma Malo is live with us already?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Doing great, thanks.
Conversation
Hello?
this afternoon, and this is a very interesting conversation with regards to sustainable cities around the world, beginning from Nigeria as we continue to advance to meet up with what we have across other sectors of the world. And this is really important because we're continuing to evolve both as a country and as a continent and as a people. And it's important that we begin to look at the future of what is going to be sustainable for us as a people so that we can continue to live, very healthy lives and so on, right? So this afternoon, I would like for us to engage and talk about this, and so that we can shed light in some areas, especially with expert knowledge that can help us, understand this conversation in-depthly. So, Ifeoma Malo, it's such a pleasure to have you here this afternoon. I would like to engage you for a bit, and let's talk about, building a sustainable energy future. I can see that that is your field of industry. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So tell me, you see, as one of the leading voices in clean technology, what do you think are some of the most critical steps Africa needs to take as it is right now with regards to, ensure that energy access and sustainability while supporting economic growth in Nigeria? What do you think are some of the steps that we need to take, as it were?
Okay, thank you for having me. So in terms of steps, there's a broad range of things that can happen or should happen. I mean, Nigeria is already on the policy and governance and doing a lot when it comes to building out sustainable green economy. We have several policies and laws and programs that are geared towards that. And one of the things that I think we have done as a country is created a secretariat called the Nigerian Climate Change, NCCC, the Nigerian Climate Change Secretariat, which is based out of Abuja, to help with tracking and implementing most of our SDG goals, especially the ones that have to do with SDG 13, which has to do with climate. But there are three key things I think that should be top of mind. One of them is that we have to reconcile economic growth with environmental protection. I know that there's a lot of pushback around, the rest of the world telling Africa to go green, to use renewable energy. But I don't think that in this day and age, it would make sense for any society, any country, any continent to be building out a system where a lot of their environment and a lot of their climate is degraded. So we must continue to reconcile economic growth with environmental protection. In fact, in the West, where we had all of this growth go on for many years, and the West was able to industrialize using fossil fuel. One of the things that I think is important to remember is that as a result of those things, also in the West, they started putting a lot of protective areas. You know, they would call them parks and green areas where you can't cut down trees, where people have, so they call them national parks. Because they wanted to protect those parts of their environment and not leave it to be destroyed. And those things have now become historical sites where people go, spend money, stay, go and hike, and all of those things. So we must always reconcile our economic growth with environmental protection. The other thing I think is important to do is also to consider social inclusion in economic policies. What does that mean? Communities cannot be left behind. So if we're talking about sustainable green growth, it cannot just be cities that are growing. Villages must grow as well. So all of the projects must not be done in cities. They must be done in rural communities. And then the last thing I'll say is we can't decouple people, which is human beings, in this growth. Now, when we're saying that the growth must be inclusive, what it means is that it has to take people to go into those communities and do those inclusive green economy. So how about using our young people, especially our youth service members, to be able to go and do work around climate change, environment, clean energy in our rural communities and teach people how to create sustainable villages as well. So those are the three key things I think that jump out at me in terms of how we might go about this. Thank you.
Amazing, conversation. I like the energy you're bringing to this conversation, especially with regards to inclusion. And while you were talking, it just popped up that maybe I should have even asked you what inspired your journey into the energy sector, so that we could begin to look at how you evolved into what you're doing right now. I'm sure it's not something you just stumbled into. You want to share how you got here?
I used to work in government for the Nigerian government as a senior advisor to ministers. And one of the things in my role was that a lot of young people used to come to me and ask for support to build out their own green enterprises, solar renewable energy microgrids and mini grids. Unfortunately, there was not a lot of support coming from government in that role. And so I had to sort of find other ways to sort of find something for people who would submit proposals saying they want to go into communities, usually young people, many of them corpers, that they've just been posted to this community. Please, can they build a solar classroom? Can they build a solar primary healthcare center? But we didn't have those sort of support to give them. And so then what did I do? I then decided when I left government that I was going to start Clean Technology Hub to be able to practically provide those support. So we run incubator and accelerator program. Up to date, I think we've run, I think about 16 programs across the board, helped, I think over, looking at the numbers, 12,000 young people, and have funded at least 300 young people, startup companies, MSMEs, with money to start their own businesses or to grow their own businesses, really in the clean energy sustainable era. So it came from, my journey here came from a place of deep dissatisfaction with the fact that I felt that if we invested in young people and we put our money where our mouth is by helping them get seed funding to carry on their businesses, to go and solve real life problems, especially when it came to energy transition and climate change, that they'll do good. And that's been the philosophy that's behind Clean Tech Hub and where we are today. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. This has been, your journey is one that I would say is inspiring. And it's one thing to be able to spot some of the, issues, dissatisfying issues in the community. And it's another thing to want to say, I want to take this up. I want to, change what is not working. I want to give my own contribution to the quota of the society, at least do what is within my power and see how I can also impact people and the generations that I am ahead of. And that's completely beautiful. So thank you for sharing that story. Before we continue this afternoon, I'd like to confirm that Akovweze is with us, and so that we can also talk about real estate in light with what we're doing right now. So kindly confirm, is Akovweze? Okay. All right, great. So, Ifeoma Malo, thank you so much for, the contributions you've been making so far. And it's really important because we need to begin to make this shift. We need to begin to make this move in a way that we're beginning to develop our nation and, of course, the African continent. I'd like to ask you a very sincere question, and this is not one of the questions I'd planned to ask you. How soon do you think we can get here?
Was this question for me? Hello?
Me. Can you hear me?
Yes, was the question for me?
All right. In the meantime, so I'm trying to look at where we are currently as a country and as a continent. The gap is huge, but is there a possibility for us? How long? For us to get to the point where we say sustainable cities, we can have access to sustainable cities across board, both looking at inclusion for both male and female, the disabled and all of that. Is this something that is achievable? How long do you think it will take for us as a nation, as a continent, to get there where we can begin to have access to clean, sustainable cities? All right, so this is something that we need to ponder on. Is our government looking in line to do this? You said something that intrigued me when you noticed that the government is not really supporting some of these initiatives. And, that also begins to hamper growth, where people have other personal and political interests that does not allow for such developments to become rapid, consistent, and, bring about a sustainable city in the future, And some of these things are things we need to consistently pay attention to as a people, institutions, government, and all the likes. So I don't know, can you hear me now, Ifeoma Malo? Is that a question you'd like to say something to?
To answer the question again very briefly, I will give you some numbers so that you have that at top of mind. The audience has that top of mind. When we talk about the average growth rate of African economies as of 2023, it's 4.1%, right? When we talk about the projected growth increase for West Africa specifically, in the next, from 2023 to 2025, in the past 2 years, we range between 3.2% to 4.4%. So we're top of line, even above the region's growth rates. And then when we compare to East Africa is 5.1% when we talk about the anticipated growth rates. Now, why do these numbers matter? When you're talking about building a new economy and you're talking about building sustainable cities as part of that new green economy, there are many things that you should think about, because the components of a green growth is not just renewable energy and energy efficiency like people think. It's not just sustainable cities like that. You're having to think about sustainable housing, sustainable transportation, circular economy, which means how do you use your waste to drive growth? So some countries, they've like Netherlands, there's nothing that goes to waste, not even the things that come from your offacals everything is regenerated into something else. We're also talking about eco-innovation and technology and green finance and investments to do all of this. That's what it takes to build a sustainable city. And then when you now think about our youth bulge, that's 10 to 12 million people, young people every day are entering the job market in Africa. And that, there's a higher number of educational enrollments, global higher education enrollments, especially for Africa. You see educated Africans. The question is, to build these sustainable cities, how do you get young people to get their minds top of the fact that they can accelerate this sustainable growth in their countries? Are they looking at top of mind jobs, or are they looking at oil and gas, the traditional oil and gas jobs and stuff? This is the time for innovation, right? The question you're asking is not for me. My time, is already coming. I'm already old, getting old. It's for young people. Are they going to do what it takes to get us to build a sustainable economy? We have a target in Nigeria. We put 2030, then we put 2050. The work to be done to build sustainable transport, sustainable housing, eco-innovation, all of those things is young people. Are we designing the right type of framework that will help them get the green jobs of the future? Because just like the internet and the cell phone technology and innovation, Nigeria was able to leapfrog from traditional phone lines of 30, we had 30,000 in the entire country, to having millions of MTN, Airtel, 9 mobile lines. There is that opportunity for us in Africa, in Nigeria, to leapfrog, right? And not be waiting until things happen. But it requires young people to innovate. So are we going to meet that 250 targets? That's a question for young people, and that's where I'll leave that question.
This is really something to ponder on, really. And thank you for sharing some of those numbers. They are very helpful, to this conversation, so that we see where we are as a country, as a continent, and as a people, as it were. So you see, one of the things that I keep saying from time to time is our educational sector is not evolving. And that's a painful reality that we must come to embrace. Are we designing curriculums? Are we designing classes that will teach what we have currently? A lot of young people are still not very conversant with AI, as it were, because we're moving into a generation where speed is of essence. And, a lot of things are beginning to change. But then you meet a lot of young people, like some of the core members that are serving currently, and you find that they are still running on outdated, curriculum. They are still running on outdated systems, knowledge, and the settings that have been there for several years. And we're not making these basic changes and innovations that could, begin to bring about the change that we're talking about. I'd like to ask you a question. Are there ways we can overcome some of these barriers that is leading to this transition? For us to transition from where we are to where we should be headed with regards to building sustainable cities and all of that. What are some of these barriers, and how do you think we can, some of the things we can implement to begin to overcome some of these barriers, as it were?
I think the first one, you've already touched on it, which is education. The fact that we still use very outdated curriculums in our institutions of higher learning. I remember when we tried to engage the NUC and the Nigerian Teachers Council on introducing or improving the engineering courses, adding renewable energy, in the economics degrees, adding green growth and green economic outlook courses. It is very difficult to change a curriculum in Nigeria. And I mean, who has all that time to be chasing the educational institutions, right? So I think that's one of the big ones. And then the second one, I think, for me, should be the financing one. And the fact that we're not yet getting commercial entities in Africa to invest in green financing we leave it to a lot of the international bodies. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is really helpful. We've had a very, interesting conversation with you. And while you were yet speaking, Akobweze Nwakama showed up and he's ready to join us on the session. Good afternoon, Akobweze.
Good afternoon.
With us this.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. This on. So let's talk a little about, real estate. I see all that you do with Velox. Amazing stuff you're doing with your company at Velox and all of that. I would like to begin by asking what inspired the journey? What inspired the journey at Velox?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, first, I would like to say that for me, I usually say this everywhere I go, that I am more of an accidental entrepreneur. I never saw myself playing in the real estate sector. I've always liked to be an academia, but then opportunity came and I found myself playing in the real estate space. So, but then when it comes to Velox, I would say that what has driven us up to this point and what is always driving us and keeps driving us is basically our passion and our vision to not only deliver real estate projects, but actually to deliver sustainable real estate projects and making it accessible to Nigerians.
Amazing. That's beautiful. So you see, the real estate sector is booming. It's currently booming across Nigeria, from Lagos to Port Harcourt, Abuja, Enugu, Ibadan, just name it, across the nation. And it's beginning to bring a generation of young people and entrepreneurs across the place who are, actively involved in real estate and, making progress at different levels. I'd like to ask you, now, how do you see real estate as a driver of economic growth in the nation currently? What role can real estate development play in bringing about economic growth, as it were, in the nation?
Okay, I think it's already obvious. As at today, real estate is currently the largest sector contributing to Nigeria's GDP as of today. So that goes to show that real estate is already playing a major role in our economic development as a nation. And then given to the number of young persons playing in the real estate space, either as developers and even more of the young people are also playing in the real estate space as realtors, as real estate salespeople. You can see clearly.
Can you hold your thoughts for a bit, please? Apologies. Sorry about that, okay? I just want to wrap up with Ifoma so that she can go, and let's wrap up this session. I hope that's fine, please. Apologies. All right, Ifoma Malo, thank you so much for joining us. And before you go, I'd like to, have you share some of your final thoughts on the conversation we're having today. What are some of your final thoughts for us? Some things you'd like us to put into consideration as we continue to look at, energy and building sustainable cities?
I would rather answer another question, which is, what do I want to leave with any young person who's on this program today? After all, this is MentorBridge. I think the first thing is, and because I'm an employer of labor, I've seen how messy the workplace is, because we're now having a generation whose concept of work is quite different. And one of the things I do with my young team every time is to give them ideas of how successful people have built a career, whether it's in sustainability, whether it's in tech, whether it's in banking, whatever it is. And the thing for me is to let them know that you need to be consistent and consistently good at what you do. You need to be consistent and be consistently good at what you do. That's the only way you will stand out. There are people that work in my organization, young people who came in and from being interns, they've now become C-suites in less than 2 years. It is the consistency that elevates them there. When people see that you are good at what you do, it is great. You can be brilliant and not be successful at the work you do. The brilliance is not what carries you over. It's what gives you a foot in the door. What then gives you the leverage in your career, no matter what you do, is if it's AI you are doing, be consistent on it. The other thing I would also want to drop with young people is the world has given you opportunities that people didn't have 15, 20 years ago. The internet is a gold mine. The evolvement of technology is a gold mine. Please use it for your own benefit, but more importantly, for the benefit of mankind. The internet can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. You decide which one you want it to be for you and your career. So when you're exploring and you're looking at careers, please look at non-traditional and linear careers. If anybody had talked about AI 25 years ago, nobody would have rushed into it. Now we're talking about green economy, sustainable cities. Is going to be one of the biggest things in the next 20 years. Are you prepared? Are you looking at this sector? Are you getting ready so that you can become a leader and an expert in this sector when it begins to bloom? I'll leave it there, and I thank you for having me on your sessions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate these contributions and all that you've shared with us so far. Thank you so much for making our time to, share from the depth of your insight and also help young people to see what we have so far. So back to Akovweze Nwakama. Apologies for the break earlier. I had to interrupt you so that I could let Ifeoma Malo go. So back to what we were saying earlier. I'd like you to share the role that real estate is playing with regards to economic growth in Nigeria and Africa, as it were. You were already saying something in line with that.
Sector is already playing a very significant role in our economic development as a nation. Currently, as of today, the real estate sector is the largest sector contributing to the GDP, according to statistics. And aside the housing and build sector, the housing and build sector, as we know it, has other subsectors. So because we also have a large housing deficit gap in the country, which real estate developers are trying to fix, it trickles down to other subsectors, like informal subsectors, like the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, even interior designers as well. These are huge opportunities that the real estate sector creates as well. So apart from the sale of properties, the building of housing solutions and all of that, there are also other subsectors that the real estate triggers as well. So as more houses are built, plumbers are getting more jobs, electricians are getting more jobs, carpenters are getting more jobs. So it's basically a ripple effect, which clearly shows in how much the real estate sector is now currently contributing to Nigeria's GDP. So apart from the young people who are into property development, or some are playing the real estate space as realtors, as marketers, there are also a lot of other unseen young people in the background, either as plumbers, either as electricians, either as bricklayers, as the case may be. There are just a lot of them in the informal sector doing a lot in the real estate market and also earning a living from that space as well.
Now, while you were talking, I am forced to think, and maybe I want to ask you for a bit. With this boom in the real estate sector currently, are there certain risks that this might pose in the next future? Let's say in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, as it were?
I would say there are certain risks, and one of the risks is that we risk losing a lot of our arable farmlands because of little or no regulation in the real estate space across different states in Nigeria. So by that, I mean, currently in different states, most real estate developers just buy properties without, because we do not have a proper town planning system. There's no town planning policy set across in different states that actually zones lands for different use cases. In some developed states, in some developed nations, you can see this land is an agricultural zone. This land is an industrial zone. This land is a residential zone. This land is the commercial district. So across different states in Nigeria, as much as the real estate sector is fast developing, it is booming, and it is contributing to our GDP, we risk losing a lot of our lands, and we also risk developing towns and cities that are actually not properly planned, because we have a little or no regulation in the real estate space. And or in the cases where these regulations exist, I think no one is checkmating anybody. So that's the reason why I say we'll have the risk of developing cities that are not properly planned, and then we also risk losing some of our arable lands and some of our, I would say, reserves, places that should be kept as, say, maybe national reserve. People no longer care about it. They just want to build houses to sell. So I think to mitigate risk like this, we should be able to have some kind of regulation in the real estate space. And then in cases where in states and towns where we have a proper town planning, I think there should be some level of checkmates to actually look into the activities of real estate developers and ensure that real estate developers are actually following the development roadmap across cities and across states.
Much for that. That absolutely is something that has to be looked into, and this is very important. And that brings me to the next thing I would like to ask you. You see, at Global MentorBridge, we're trying to see how we can bridge the gap. Talk about mentorship, how the coming generation can look at what the preceding generation has done and how they can build on it, improve on it, and make it even better. So looking at what we currently have in the real estate space, I'd like to ask, with regards to mentorship, right? From your experience, how important is mentorship in building the next generation of real estate leaders, looking at structures around the industry so that they can adopt more and, accessible and clean energy cities and all of that. Very importantly, with regards to development in the real estate space.
I think generally, whether it is in the real estate space or in any other sector, the importance of mentorship cannot be overemphasized. And I think most recently, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria the leadership have been doing a great work when it comes to bringing real estate developers together, grooming them and teaching them and exposing them to global best practices in the real estate space. I playing a major role with regards to not just mentoring developers, but also grooming developers and exposing them to the global best practices. But in general, mentorship cannot be overemphasized, be it in the real estate space or in any other sector. And I think that there should be, I think at this point, there should be maybe some sort of a training institute or something that actually builds people, trains people, because I think that the current crop of developers that we have now, a large chunk of the developers that we have in Nigeria currently are majorly profit-driven. Everybody wants to survive, everybody wants to make a living, and you won't blame anybody for that. You're in business to make profit. But then there should be some guiding principles, there should be some guiding values, and these are the kind of things that can be passed down through mentorship.
Okay, I appreciate you for this thing that you've shared. And you see, we're in a part of the world where every Tom, Dick, and Harry can, just get into the real estate space without properly being licensed. Do you want to say anything about that?
Well, it depends. I would say there are different real estate fields that requires you to have a in license, right? And then there are also other aspects of the real estate sector that really does not require a license. For instance, people who are real estate salespeople who are just selling properties for different real estate developers to make a living. Although in some developed climes, realtors are to be licensed, but currently in Nigeria, we don't have that system that licenses realtors, apart from Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. And then I am also aware of Estate Agents Association of Nigeria, something like that. Yeah, so these are people that regulate real estate people when it comes to, for Nigerian estate surveyors and valuers, they regulate real estate valuers and then facility managers as alike, But then we have not really
to interrupt you a bit. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, fine. I understand. We're talking about licensing and all of that, right? Just as a way of also wrapping up your thoughts so that we can wrap up on this session. To add to what you're saying so that we can, corroborate the both of them and bring it together. Do you think, what do you think developers can do irregardless of the licensing issues that we have currently and all of that? How do you think developers, because you said something around, doing business for money, how can we still go ahead in the middle of that, trying to get profitability and balance sustainability alongside, irrespective of the licensing issues?
Okay, I would just say that beyond just building for profit, we should also see that building sustainably is also an economic strategy. It is not a loss in itself. Some persons have this ideology that if you're building sustainably, you're building environmentally friendly projects, it's a waste of money, it's a waste of resources. But then on the other hand, there are a lot of upsides to it as well. So if you take a critical look at it, if developers begin to sit down to take a critical look at what we are doing currently and what we can do better, we can now begin to see that sustainable building is not just spending money, but it is also being economically strategic, because in most cases you even spend less if you can use sustainable building materials to build if you can incorporate sustainable building materials in your project, you spend less as well. It saves you money, and then it also gives you global relevance as well. So basically, I think that we need to start having more developers that are committed to not just building projects that will drive profits, but also building projects that will incorporate social impact as well. Most recently, we started the real estate trend in Nigeria has moved to mixed-use development. Developers are now coming to build both residential living and commercial living spaces, incorporating them together into beautiful projects, right? But then while we are doing mixed-use projects, I also think that we can also employ mixed income models, because the major housing deficits that we have in Nigeria currently is huge, and we can't always be building for a particular class of people. I think that currently there are just few developers that are building for low-income earners, right? A lot of developers are currently building for high-income earners and then for middle-income earners. So this actually creates a disparity when it comes to housing development, and it's why most developers do not really care about sustainable development, because they just build for the high-end individuals. So if we start building the projects that incorporate a mixed income model.
That's the much we can take for today. That's the much we can take for today. Thank you so much, Akovo Izewakama. This has really been an insightful session with you. And of course, Ifeoma Malu, thank you for joining us. It's been a really insightful session, and we look forward to taking these conversations even further so that we can continue to build around these things and continue to build sustainable cities, and clean energy as we proceed. Once again, my name is Young Anyao. Thank you for joining us at the Global Mentor Bridge 5.0. Thank you.
I got all I need. Just look
Hello, it's the third edition of Global MentorBridge Summit, and we are today at the Radisson Blu Hotel. This year's edition has been rightly themed Beyond Ideas. I'm Buife Nome, your host.
Don't matter how much blood I bleed.
The slogan Beyond Ideas. I'm looking for where ideas take flight.
I'm gonna stand up, show you what I'm made of. Don't matter how much blood I
As a continent, we have so much going for us.
never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
It only makes sense that if you're someone who is hungry for growth, you want actionable insights that can help you in your journey.
Or just say it's been amazing.
Her approach is not documented, so there is no book, no syllabus. It's tailored to suit your own journey.
100 things that will be beneficial for the next stage of your life, your business, and the enterprise and legacy that you're building. Thank you.
I got all I need. Just look.
Hello, it's the third edition of Global MentorBridge Summit, and we are today at the Radisson Blu Hotel. This year's edition has been rightly themed Beyond Ideas. I'm Buife Nome, your host.
Don't matter how much blood I bleed.
The slogan Beyond Ideas. I'm looking for where ideas take flight.
I'm gonna stand up, show you what I'm made of. Don't matter how much blood I
As a continent, we have so much going for us.
never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
It only makes sense that if you're someone who is hungry for growth, you want actionable insights that can help you in your journey.
Or just say it's been amazing.
Her approach is not documented, so there is no book, no syllabus. It's tailored to suit your own journey.
100 things that will be beneficial for the next stage of your life, your business, and the enterprise and legacy that you're building. Thank you.
I got all I need. Just look.
Hello, it's the third edition of Global MentorBridge Summit, and we are today at the Radisson Blu Hotel. This year's edition has been rightly themed Beyond Ideas. I'm Buife Nome, your host.
Don't matter how much blood I bleed.
The slogan Beyond Ideas. I'm looking for where ideas take flight.
I'm gonna stand up, show you what I'm made of. Don't matter how much blood I
As a continent, we have so much going for us.
never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
It only makes sense that if you're someone who is hungry for growth, you want actionable insights that can help you in your journey.
Or just say it's been amazing.
Her approach is not documented, so there is no book, no syllabus. It's tailored to suit your own journey.
100 things that will be beneficial for the next stage of your life, your business, and the enterprise and legacy that you're building. Thank you.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, I would say, oh my goodness, you might have to follow us on YouTube for all that had transpired from the beginning to this point. But if you've been here, congratulations. This does it for us. At the end, we have come to the last part of the GMB Summit 2025. I have some of the moderators with me, particularly our lady of the rose, Jane. Well done.
Thank you.
You're amiable, you know. I just looked at you and say, wow, this lady's a strong woman. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, then let's talk a bit before we wrap up today. What did you pick? Because you were the facilitator at the beginning.
I mean, it's been such a beautifully enlightening day, just listening to all of the people speaking. And I think at the beginning when we started the conversation, it was the General Assembly that we had in the morning.
Yeah. Yes.
And it kind of sets the tone, cutting across private sector, entrepreneurship, communities, but also human capacity management as it refers to talent management, talent acquisition, you know, and the role of mentorship, or also how mentorship drives impact across all, from the Chamber of Commerce to Cascador to So Fresh to, you know, all of the people that we had with us in the morning and then throughout the day. It's just really been, I think for me, one of the things that stood out really will be not just the theory of mentorship, but the practice of it. You know, personal testimonies, you know, that were shared with us, that people were not just doling out advice, they were sharing with us also how they themselves has experienced mentoring, but on the receiving end, but also on the giving end.
But I agree with you absolutely, because it was, you know, we've always heard the word talk, and they say talk is cheap.
Exactly.
But then we had people that had experienced it practically telling us, this is the journey, and we could also follow. Ruth, what's your take on today's summit? You were also a moderator.
Yes, I mean, it was a breathtaking experience from the beginning to the end, because I could just see how people in their different works of life, different across industries, how they practice in whether consciously or unconsciously. But I think it was intentionally, because you could hear testimonies about how, whether it was indirect, where books, where events, or whether they directly had mentors. I think one of the speakers talked about having mentors for different parts of your life.
Yes.
So there was a consistent thread that their success, as we could see, didn't just come about by error, or they just stumbled on it, but they were helped, you know. And so I think it also debunks that whole self-made theory where there's that I'm self-made, because in reality, are you really self-made? Because you, at some point, someone taught you something, someone showed you the ropes.
Or you even picked from someone.
Exactly. So acknowledging that really identifies that thread of mentoring in everyone's life.
That for me, I was actually just being the thread. You know, I didn't, but I knew I picked a lot. One of the things that I'm taking home is the generational wealth, because I've always wondered why in Africa we don't have a sustained wealth growth. And then one of the facilitators as well, I guess, actually mentioned generational wealth by involving the heir apparents. And that talk, because I want to make money, I just knew that, okay, this is the way to go about it, introducing my children to go grow through the ranks and have an experience. At the end of the day, it becomes easy. Now that explains why you find African children traveling abroad and not having interest, returning home to build the family business. You know, it touched me, and I wish we could. Of course, I'm not just wishing. I know that it's on YouTube. I know you could also go back to your Facebook and listen. I can bet you didn't hear everything. You did not hear everything. Of course, Jane, let's just wrap up with what do you have for us, announcement for tomorrow or next? What do we do next week?
Thank you so much, Regina. Thank you. And it's been, I think this is just the beginning. Would I say it's the beginning? This is the part that we are in the journey. The 4th edition. This is the summit. On Saturday, we are going to be having the gala.
Yeah.
And we are also going to be having a moment to recognize and acknowledge some of those mentors who have continued to pour into us in one way or the other, whether it's from a community perspective or from a corporate perspective or from an individual perspective. And what we will do on Saturday, will be to bring together diverse industry leaders from different sectors, different generations, different cultures. They will be gathering at the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotels by 5 p.m. on Saturday. And this is your invitation. If you have not already registered, the link to register will be shared with you somewhere in the comment section. And if you're watching us from anywhere today, do register and join us on Saturday. This is also as good a time as any to let a little card out of the bag. There is a book.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Amazing.
Which we're now opening up for pre-order. It will be ready by the 1st of September. But pre-orders are open. The link also to pre-order will be shared with you. And the title of the book is This is Mentorship.
Whoa, amazing. So congratulations. Let me be the first to say that.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
So ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, excellent afternoon or evening, morning, whatever it is, this does it today. I am so delighted to have been your host, and I'm Regina Chris-Obojo. Ruth?
I'm Ruth, and I'm ever delighted to welcome you to the gala on Saturday.
So see you next year for me.
And see you next year for the summit from us all as well.
And see you at different points in the year.
Right.
The rest of the year and also next year.
Right.
Have an enjoyable evening.
I'm gonna stand up, show you what I'm made of. Don't matter how much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Nothing's gonna hold me down. I'm gonna stand up, show you what I'm made of. Don't matter how much blood I bleed, there's a fight in me. Never gonna hold me down. I'm a warrior.
Buy your ticket now at tix.africa.com/global-mentor-bridge-gala. Global MentorBridge Awards and Gala. For partnership, call +234 909 0367368 or info@globalmentorbridge.com.